Te katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei hui o te kaunihiro o ngā roto o Rotorua, nau mai hoki ki te hapori o Rotorua. Welcome everybody to this council meeting, and also a warm welcome to our members of the public who have turned up in person and who also may be live streaming. Just a reminder to everybody in the room, if we could please have our mobile phones on silent, and we will take a short break at 11 a.m. and we do anticipate that we will have a lunch break at 1 p.m, just so that you are aware. Before we start our meeting today, I'd like to invite Councillor O'Brien to open us up with a karakia.
Kia ora morena te manakura. Tūtaua mai I ronga, tūtaua mai I raro, tūtaua mai I rato, tūtaua mai I waho. Kia tau, ai te muri tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tāki.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien. I now call for any apologies, and we do say a warm welcome to Councillor Maxwell, who is joining us by Zoom today. There appear to be no apologies, so we'll move straight to the declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? There appear to be none. Are there any urgent items not on this agenda? Councillor Lee.
Yeah, just a clarification, Madam Chair. There were a couple of notice of motions filed which hasn't turned up on the agenda. Could you tell us what's happening with those, please?
Yes, there are two notices of motion. Due to the significant items of council business on our agenda, we'll take those notices of motion at the end of today's meeting before we go into the confidential section for one item.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There appear to be no further urgent items, so we will move into our confirmation of minutes. This is for, look, we actually have a few, so I might take them all as one with a mover and a seconder, please. We have the minutes of the council hearing held 21st of May to 31st of May, the minutes of the council meeting held the 22nd of May, and also the minutes of the council meeting held 6th, 7th and 10th of June. May I please have a mover and a seconder? These are true and correct. That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. Just checking if there were any amendments required. Cool, thank you very much. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Now, we do have a significant agenda. I'll just quickly read out in what order we're taking them for the interest of members of the public. So we will, first of all, be adopting our long-term plan. And then the next item is setting the council rates. Following that, we will adopt the draft development contribution policy, and that will conclude our long-term plan business. We'll then go into financial performance for the 11 months ended. We then have, by that point we probably would have had our morning tea break at 11 a.m. We'll then go into the water supplies fluoridation program, followed by appointment of council representation to Lakes Community Board, and then the proposed reserve lease for the Springfield Golf Course. If we are not able to take the Springfield Golf Course lease just before 1 p.m. lunch break, we will take that shortly after, which will be 2 p.m. We then move on to confidential items to be released, as well as progress reports for corporate services, corporate planning and governance, and Te Aroha partnership. We'll then at that point take the notices of motion before going into confidential items for one item, which is recruitment. So we will start with an item that we have all worked incredibly hard on, and our community has really come out in force to share their feedback. This has been months in the making. I'd now like to invite Thomas Colley to overview the report, and I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report Adopt Long-Term Plan 2024-2034. That will be moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Waru. I'll put that to the motion to receive the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. And I'd also like to welcome David Walker and also Kataraina, who is from Audit New Zealand and are joining us by Zoom as well. So we'll invite Thomas Colley now to take us through the presentation of our long-term plan. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. Long-term plan in depth of quite a long journey, and I think just before we get into that journey, just a reminder around the the context and the environment of this LTP. So it was, for most councils, one of the most difficult environments to do an LTP, and in particular for myself and Una, who have done between ourselves 5 or 6 of these each. We did find this one of the hardest and most challenging. And that was on the back of we entered into this process with uncertainty around Three Waters ownership and operation. And many of the councils were starting the journey around doing long-term plans with all the water assets and services coming out of them. On top of that, there's additional regulatory and compliance pressures that were coming on from central government. A big shortage of contractors and labour. While it's different now, at the time of preparing this LTP, it was quite a different world. Higher interest rates coming about, and inflation tracking above 6%. And even now, while that's coming down, it is still higher than some of the historical averages, in particular over the last 10 years, as kind of shown by that graph. And so we had to deal with inflationary and interest pressures, cost pressures, resilience of our service provision as well, on the back of 2 cyclones coming through the country and impacting infrastructure, and making sure that not only our services were resilient, but our infrastructure was resilient, and as well as a reputational challenge around Rotorua on the back of some of our emergency housing challenges and climate change. And these are all the things that we were trying to balance into our long-term plan. The development itself has been, I think, to this point, about 9 months in the making and thousands of hours. And I might just take a little moment here, is that while I have the honour and pleasure of presenting this to you, it is off the back of a team effort. And in particular, I'd probably just draw the attention to 3 individuals that have made a huge contribution, which is Una Hopkins with regards to her leadership through this process, and I think in particular David and Greg off to the side there, who have put in an enormous amount of hours, and as well as the wider team that do support them. So I said I have the pleasure of presenting. I'd like to thank them personally for their efforts. But we are now at the end of this process. So a little bit of a snapshot with regards to all the workshops and discussions that we've had. 14 workshops in total. Particularly at the start of the journey, we were focusing on what were our community outcomes and our priorities on the back of those pressures that we did talk about. The golden thread, or the underlying theme of our LTP, has been our financial strategy, and the direction that we got from you was around ensuring that we maintained our existing infrastructure, that it was looked after, that it was maintained, and it was renewed appropriately. We were accommodating growth in our district, not only for residential but also for industrial and commercial. We were investing into the future of our district, in particular around our community outcomes, and also around some of our community amenities. We were being really good stewards of our assets, not only for infrastructure but also our other assets like our parks and reserves and sports fields. Recognising the environment that we were in, we were balancing the delivery of our services with affordability, recognising that on the back of a high inflationary environment, there were certain costs that increased that were outside of our control, and the appropriate use of debt. And while making sure that where we are using debt, it is supporting a particular capital infrastructure, it was either supporting growth or it was in supporting significant assets such as wastewater treatment plant upgrades and those sorts of aspects, and that we were managing our debt well. And so there was some of the strong theming with regards to our financial strategy that was embedded into our LTP. The infrastructure strategy itself, and I think these are uninflated numbers, but about $566 million across the 10 years. Significant uplift on the last time that we did the LTP, and predominantly that was in our growth infrastructure around stormwater, and we all remember Cyclone Gabrielle and some of the flooding challenges that we've had, but in particular around growth for our district, and particularly in housing, ensuring that the stormwater networks were there to support that, and the additional one was around our water supplies. The investment itself was quite heavy towards the front end of the plan. That was on the back of wastewater treatment plant upgrades, the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund stormwater program, the museum, and and a couple of those key big projects that are now well underway and are scheduled to be completed into that first 3 years of our long-term plan. Consultation. So we did go out and consult, and we have consulted on the 14 topics that were in front of you. I won't go through each of them individually. And you'll recall that what we had was, the key things were 387, I think, requests for people to turn up to hearings. We had nearly 1,500 actual pieces of submission points from either organisations or individuals, and yourselves had 32 hours of hearings, and following that as well as you spent close to 3 days deliberating and making final decisions that have now been part of your final LTP. And so at a glance, 2.4 billion invested across the 10 years. Roughly half of that is probably infrastructure, with the other half being in regards to the services to our community. An average increase of 11.4% in year one, with that average over the 10 years declining down to 5.7. So the 11.4 represents some of those challenges that we had, in particular in year one around inflation and some of our interest costs. And a debt profile where we are not taking debt to the external regulatory limit of 285%, but staying within our self-imposed limit of 250, and even within that having a buffer, but recognising that by year 4 of the plan, which is on the back end of that heavy investment in year 3, there's about $20 million of buffer against that internal limit. And with that, happy to take any questions if there are any, or go for it.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'd now like to invite our Chief Executive to make any further comments, and then David from Audit NZ, if you would also welcome any comments from you following Andrew shortly.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'd just like to add my voice of thanks to the staff who've been named, but also the ones who haven't been named, and in recognition of their efforts. It has been a very tough and challenging process. I might add to that, just want to acknowledge each of the councillors, the Mayor and the councillors, for your hard work, because a lot of your hours have gone into this, and perhaps not always thanks expressed through the consultation process. So I want to acknowledge each of you and the effort you've put into it, and the way you've approached and served the community. And the last is really just a big shout out and thanks to the Audit New Zealand team, and in the way they've worked with us on a very, very tight time frame to get us to this point. There's an incredible number of moving parts that have moved in the background with synchronization, not always in an ideal time frame, but we've all worked collaboratively to get to this point. So I want to acknowledge those three parties. Thank you.
And David, if you wish, are there any comments that you'd like to make?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Because I'm getting an echo from your room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It is a massive undertaking once every 3 years, as you all know, and there are a huge number of councils who, dare say, struggle with the LTP. The LTP is often on top of what everyone else's, what everybody's day job is. So a massive congratulations to council. It is a very big job. There are a lot of councils that will be adopting the LTP, some even their CDs this week. And although I don't have a full list of all those councils, I do know that Rotorua is one of the early adopters of the LTP. So once again, congratulations. My thanks, Thomas and Andrew have already mentioned, but there's a huge number of people that work in the background, and so I get a bit nervous singling out Greg, David, did a huge amount of work in the background. And then Andrew, you coming in late in the piece in terms of your appointment and really getting involved, even though it was late in the piece. Well done, and thank you to those 4 individuals for liaising so closely with us. Councillors, I do know, although I haven't attended your workshops, I do know how much time it does take debating these issues, often having to negotiate with colleagues which have different perspectives. So a challenging task. Your Worship, that's really all I wanted to say. I think Thomas's presentation summed it up, so all I'll do is repeat some of that. I am conscious that the audit opinion has an emphasis of matter on it. There are councils who will have qualifications as well as a range of emphasis of matters. An emphasis of matter is not actually a qualification. It is merely drawing one's attention to something specific. That's the purpose of an emphasis of matter. So even though the emphasis of matter is in the audit opinion, it is not a qualification. Having said that, I'll probably add one other thing, Your Worship, that the emphasis of matter is around the Rotorua exhibition and the uncommitted funding that you will receive, or we hope you will receive it, in the years ahead. It's uncommitted, it's unpromised, it's an assumption, and therefore one draws attention to the fact that there's the assumption that revenue will be received. There's roll-on effects, of course, with that, because of the projects are in your capital program. It has a flow-on effect through to things like your balanced budget, although it didn't affect it. So there's a lot to consider, but that's what the emphasis is matter about. It's the uncommitted funding. Your Worship, having said that, I wonder whether you or any of your councillors have any questions you'd like to ask us.
Thank you very much, David. We'll now open for questions. We will start if there are any specific questions regarding the audit for David, and then we'll open up to any general questions. No, there appear to be no specific questions, thank you, David, but we will open up now for any questions regarding the adoption of the long-term plan, remembering that we have already made the decisions in the deliberations. Following the questions, I'll then move this, ask for a seconder, and we'll open up for comments, at which stage I would appreciate if all councillors could contribute some comments towards this. So are there any questions around adoption? Yes, Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your report and your presentation. Just wanted to ask, there's a lot of assumptions made for the 10 years around rates and things like that. How, I suppose, accurate do you think those are, given the information you have now?
And I apologise if this comes across as tongue-in-cheek, but they're only as accurate as the assumptions that have been made. So in particular around some of the inflationary things, these things can change, but they've been made on the best available information that we have at the time. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And there is, of course, the opportunity to review every 3 years. Thank you for that question. Look, there appears to be no further questions. We have covered this in a lot of detail. So I now open up for any comments. And thank you very much, Thomas. Sorry. I have moved it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kaifong. We can now open up for any comments before we put this to the vote. Perhaps I'll start. So I do once again want to acknowledge the incredible contribution of our community into this long-term plan. Without your feedback, we would not be able to make the best decisions. And I especially want to acknowledge the heartfelt submissions and presentations that we received. It was incredibly challenging to see people from across our district, whether that was elderly pensioners or hardworking families, who were very upset and distressed at affordability issues and also their concerns about past mismanagement, increasing costs and lack of transparency. This has been quite difficult to hear as a new council, but I want to acknowledge that as a new mayor and a new council, equipped with a very capable new chief executive, we are determined to ensure that we not only reset this perception and provide better confidence to our community, but also ultimately that we deliver better outcomes for our community. So we do make a commitment that there will be positive change moving forward for Rotorua. But we also have made a commitment in this long-term plan on what we will invest in for our future, like protecting our people and environment through reliable infrastructure and supporting our economy through inner-city revitalisation, and importantly, completing significant community projects like our much-loved museum redevelopment. So while we are in incredibly challenging times financially, we must make sure that we're not only stopping the spend in areas that we can, but making sure that we are making smart investments so that Rotorua can continue to move forward and that we can restore it to not only the place that we love to live, but also a place that we can be really proud of. So while we are really ambitious for Rotorua, this long-term plan also reflects that we are realistic and we can't have it all. So it has been hard to pause or to stop spending in some areas to make sure that we are minimising the rates as much as possible. And I do want to thank Audit NZ because this plan is supported by a financial strategy that has independently been audited. And so that ensures obviously that council is operating within our budgets and our means, which we will endeavour to continue to do. So I want to acknowledge again the significant amount of time that our elected members have put into this. It has been very clear how much you care about our community, but it also has been very clear how much this organisation and our staff do too. So we thank them once again for their support through this process, for finding solutions to our challenges, and of course for delivering realistic proposals when we've challenged them with a target of rates of hopefully on 10% or near. And what we're landing on, which we'll adopt after the adoption of the long-term plan, with the rates increases, has seen not only challenges in the increases that have been outside of our control, such as high inflation, but it's also a reflection that we have put out hard proposals to stop things. And so once again, I thank our community for their feedback, because we had areas like skate parks and inner city revitalisation where they wanted us to still deliver something for them. And that feedback has helped to shape the plan that we're delivering and adopting today. So this plan is about our people. It's about acknowledging where our people are at now, but also where our people want to be in the future. So we thank everyone for being part of this journey with us. And I also want to acknowledge the changes that we've made to make the workshops in this journey public so that our community can come along the journey with us. And those recordings are online for them to see, not only at the time that we did it, but for them to review in future as well, if needed. So thank you once again, everyone. And at this stage, I'd like to open up for any other comments from councillors. Councillor Conan O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Matakura. I'd like to endorse what you've just said. However, as may not come as no surprise to you, I'm sorry I will not be able to support this LTP. I would like to acknowledge the amount of work put in by our staff. There are certainly some very good things that we've managed to achieve here. The wastewater treatment plant is a needed part of infrastructure. Whether so much money needed to come in at the front end of the LTP, I suppose it's past that point now for us to contemplate on decisions of past councils. The Rotorua and Tarawera sewage schemes, not perfect, but I think the community could understand that we did the best we could in very challenging financial and somewhat uncertain times. Hopefully what we have at least put in place will at least give some of those people some certainty around the cost to their individual circumstances, and hopefully perhaps down the track there may be some more assistance we can find. What has still concerned me, as I've brought up numerous times about this plan, is if we look at the overall rate rises that we've put in place, 9% last year, 10% this year, 10% plus. The next couple of years, roughly 10%. We're looking at rates rises of over 45% just in over the last recent history. Now, I don't find too many people that I deal with that get pay rises in that vicinity. Many would be lucky to get 4.5, let alone 45%. Also concerning to me is the lack of a debt plan. I fully appreciate the work Mr. Thomas has put in. I accept his points that there is still some headroom in case of ill winds, and it's a very uncertain international situation at the moment. But part of that debt plan was also the realisation that our council assets are of somewhat low value. Now, I'm sure they contribute a lot to the community, but I'm talking about particularly about the airport and other things that we did look at options around. To see that such assets have such a low marketplace value should be of deep concern to every councillor and of every voter at next year's election. Finally, one of the big problems for me was our whole process around short-term accommodation. I won't relitigate what we've already discussed there, but I have been uncomfortable from the whole process around how we handled that, how we brought in a policy, and now we're seeking to go out and consult on that policy with some very broad wording around broad term-based workshops or working groups, working parties, sorry. There's a lot on this plan, as I say, that has achieved good stuff, but overall, this is not the plan that could have transformed Rotorua, and I regret that. I regret that the fact we probably, in my opinion, should have waited one more year to have an LTP, but those decisions were made. Unfortunately, as I say, acknowledging the good stuff, I will not be able to support this LTP, but I congratulate all my colleagues and all our staff on all their hard work and efforts on its behalf. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would firstly like to acknowledge that I was not here during the deliberations, so I acknowledge and applaud the efforts of my fellow councillors. You did a fantastic job. Since I've returned from my trip, I went through many of the submissions and got a fairly good impression of how our community was feeling about the things that we were proposing. The issues that stood out for me, and good to see that they were actually actioned, were the skate park, the STR, short-term accommodation. There was lots of opposition to it and lots of support for that concept. Pensioner housing was another big one. The community safety issue, that stood out in a number of submissions, but it didn't really come in under any of our criteria, so it was kind of stuck away in other. Rotoiti, Rotomā and Lake Tarawera, obviously big issues, and emergency housing was another one that was there, but not quite addressed by our LTP. Also, I found one about Ohene Mutu, which stuck out for me. It kind of summed up the way things have been working with us as an organisation. In 2019, RLC supported the development of a plan for the park. It was actually finalised in 2020 and has sat doing nothing ever since. I've never seen it as an existing councillor. I know Councillor Kiriopa has been on about this since we were elected, and to date, nothing has happened. So while I recognise that this group of elected members has inherited much of this situation that we find ourselves in, and I do understand that you did what you could with the information that was in front of you, I can't help but feel that there's still something not quite right with this juggernaut that we call council. The last 10 years tell a really sorry tale. Our debt has increased from 168 million in 2014 to a net figure presented to us in April of 394 million. The LTP plan will see debt increase to 500 million in 23-31 and beyond. So over 10 years, our debt has increased by, if I get my maths right, 297% in 10 years. Ooh. Now, given this history, I've got no confidence whatsoever that our debt projected in the LTP will be met. We've always borrowed significantly more than what was provided in the LTPs. For example, 2021-31, the projected debt was $432 million by 2028. So compared to the debt set out 3 years earlier in 2018-28 LTP, it was only 241. So judging from past performance, the actual 2031 debt is likely to be far beyond $500 million. So how does this impact on our community, on you, the people who are watching online, the people here seeing us today? In 2014, the residential urban general rates ranged from $1,579 per household unit for lower CV to $1,920 for upper CV. Today, we're proposing to impose $3,228 for lower CV to $5,828 for upper CV. So in 10 years, rates have more than doubled for lower CV and more than tripled for upper CV in 10 years. In 2014, the rates increase was 3.4%. In 2024-25, it's proposed to be 11.25%. Likely to be the highest increase we've ever had. So that's at a time when rents are consuming 22% of household income and up to 40% of disposable income for the lowest income tenants. Now, I've also got concerns about the process. It's not really a consultative process that what we did. Proposals are developed about expenditure and projects, and then the revenue required to meet those costs, and then ratepayers are invited to do little more than comment. I understand that LTP process is not about asking ratepayers about everything that council does down to the most minute detail. However, we seem to give little value to the views of ratepayers on these considerations or impositions of rates on their ability or willingness to actually pay more. People just can't keep digging into their pockets. The pockets are not never-ending. Having an increase of 53.5% over 9 years is not acceptable, not sustainable, and in the long term does more harm than good to our community. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, again, I'd like to reiterate the thanks that have already been conveyed around the table to the staff. I think they do a huge amount of work in the background that we don't see, but also the public don't see as well. And thanks in particular to the governance team that we're doing the engagement out in the community as well. It's not easy fronting up to the public. It's definitely not easy when you're doing your job, consulting with the community on an LTP that is owned by the councillors. So it's our long-term plan, it's not the staff's. We need to own both the good and the bad. And having said that, I'd just like to say that, you know, hearing the many comments around this table and through this process, I don't think there's anyone that is 100% happy with this plan. But it's a signal of the times that we're in, the difficult times that we're in, and as much as we can see into the future. For me, I will be supporting this LTP, not because I fully agree with everything in it, but because, from my point of view, the consequences of not adopting our LTP, of not striking the rate, and not passing the significant amount of investment into our infrastructure, the consequence of that not is far greater than any single proposal that I would have liked to see in this LTP. The infrastructure investment in here is significant, and I take on the comments that were raised earlier around around the debt, but I also want to say that you know, compared to a lot of other councils, we have a self-imposed limit, as Thomas mentioned before, of 250% of our revenue compared to 280% of what is required of us. So, you know, again, it's looking at the investment into infrastructure that we have in this LTP. A lot of that infrastructure is intergenerational infrastructure. It's long-term, really influential infrastructure within our community. It's water, you know, drinking water, wastewater, roading, and stormwater, which we know is a really, really important thing for our community, being in a caldera. We've seen the flooding issues we've had. We've seen the need for both the keeping up with the level of service, with the renewals, but also to cater for the growth. And I think that is incredibly important, that while we look at today and tomorrow, that we don't forget the needs of the future and how we can prepare our community for the future as well. Growth will only happen if we have the foresight to invest wisely into our infrastructure and into our community amenities. And, you know, again, putting it into context, the other councils, there are so many councils around the country. I don't know of a single council that's not faced with the same issues that we're facing with, potentially even worse. The number of councils around the country that are being faced with double-digit rates rises in their high teens and even in their 20s is really, it's a huge amount. And so again, I'd like to thank our team for being able to get to a figure of this number that is, I think, actually a huge testament of the hard work that's gone into realising, you know, the financial pressures of our community, but also looking forward into the investment for our community as well. I'd like to say that, you know, that these projects within our community all impact one sector of the community or another. And while it's, whether it's wastewater, whether it's the aquatic centre or a skate park, these all need to be balanced within our LTP. It all needs to be balanced. You know, this whole LTP is an exercise of balance. I do hope that we do have the foresight, not to just be short-sighted, not just to be looking at today, but looking across. Again, it's a 10-year plan. We need to have a 10-year vision to go alongside that as well. So in finishing up with that, I will be supporting this LTP because by not doing it, the damages and the consequences on district-wide level would be far greater. So I'd like to hand it back to the Mayor, but I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā anō koe te manukura o tira tātou katoa. I've repeated what I'm going to say a few times during my tenure here, and you know, we're in this position because of the indecision of past councils, and I'm talking going right back when they didn't have the, I suppose, the foresight or even the strength to make those big decisions at that time. And that's come to a head. And that's not just us, it's all councils in New Zealand. You look at the situation in Wellington, you look at what's happening in Auckland, although they're trying to sugarcoat it a little bit, we all know the real story. Looks good for the first year, and then it goes, skyrockets up the next year after. So where it's not a Rotorua thing, it's just a sign of the times, Aotearoa whānui. I think we've got to, like I said, got to be bold, got to be brave, got to make some decisions here. And I mean, in the end of the day, whatever the decision, it's our decision. That's why it's democracy. We choose, we vote, it comes out, this is what was decided. Although some of us may have a different opinion about it, or vote against, or whatever it might be, end of the day, the decision comes out, and it's our decision, so we got to bear it, we got to own it. Like you said, Councillor Wang, e tino tika tēnā kōrero. I know it's hard times, everyone's in hard times, and I just mean, what's the alternative? To do nothing. Do nothing would be worse. So I think, I totally agree with the statement. Not one of us here is 100% agreeable with everything in the plan. No way. But I'm pretty sure, with the deliberations and the hearings and looking at the submissions and actually doing our own little kōrero, going to other, marae, going to hui, going to different community groups, all those kind of things, gathering the whakaaro. I think that's what we have to base our decisions on, and that's what we do. And we're voted in here to make decisions. So I'm going to be very supportive of the kaupapa, although I will note not everything in there is quite my cup of tea, but it's something. And remember, 3 years, we get to do another review, or the council of the time will get to do another review and get a sense of the landscape at the time. I think we've just got to move on with this. This is probably the biggest piece of work as councillors we will do. And then the next one is the annual plan, which is coming up not too far away. So, congratulate all the kaimahi. E mihi ana kia koutou, it's not an easy job. And also to my colleagues here, we've had some pretty good debates around certain things, and I think we've landed where we're going to land. And as I said, tika ngā tērā no mai rāno. They used to go into the wharenui and lock the door, and you don't come out until everyone was not all agreeable, but everyone agreed on the direction where we were going. So, I rungai tērā, e mihi anau kia tātou katoa, e tautoko ana. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Waru. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add my thanks to the staff who helped us through this process, both behind the scenes and when we're out in the community. I'd like to actually extend a big thank you to our community as well. They have come out to the meetings, they've come to the hearings and the submissions, and they've told us loud and clear what they thought about some of the propositions that we put forward, which was really helpful, although, at times particularly confronting. And I'll acknowledge that some of those meetings that I attended myself with my colleagues, we heard loud and clear from very concerned residents about their particular issues, and we took that on board and did the best we could with the conditions that we are faced with to balance the challenges of providing the key infrastructure that needs to keep this community running and provide the water coming out of your taps and taking away the sewage with the affordability to our community. So affordability is one of the key things that this is going to be challenging people with, because it doesn't seem affordable when you're giving people an 11% rates rise. But I just would also like to remind everyone that there was a report came out from Infometrics that actually highlighted that there's been a 25% increase in the cost to actually deliver infrastructure projects, and that's what council does largely, is deliver large infrastructure projects. So we're facing huge increases in the costs to do that. Now, the balance for us is to try and spread that in a way that is more affordable for our community, and so striking the balance has been a real challenge for us. I want to thank my colleagues for the support while we're out in the community, but also for the robust discussion that we had around these things. We didn't get it all how we wanted it, I'm sure, as has been alluded to by some of the councillors. It would have been nice to be able to pause for a year and do our long-term plan perhaps in another year to take into account the Three Waters reforms, but I suspect that we still won't have much certainty in that space for another 18 months yet anyway. So taking that all into consideration, I will be supporting this long-term plan as it stands, acknowledging the difficulties that we face as a community and the affordability, but also the challenges that we face as a sector and as a country. And I think that some of these problems are actually bigger than council. I think it's the way that councils and our communities are funded to do what we do. I wonder whether the balance is not quite right in our country around that part of this equation, which is how local government is funded. So on that note, I will just say that I support and thank everybody for their input into it.
Okay.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. One News highlighted some of the challenges that other parts of the country are facing. West Coast Regional Council are proposing 27% rates increase. Hastings District Council 25%. Napier, Gore, Clutha, Buller, Central Hawke's Bay 19 to 24%. Wellingtonians are looking at 17. So my perspective is that we've landed in the middle. We're not the cheapest in terms of rates increases. We have chosen to invest some money. This is not an austerity budget, as I think I am hearing some of my council colleagues perhaps proposing would have been a better way to go. We have infrastructure that needs to be upgraded. Projects were in the pipeline. We've dealt with stuff that was delivered to us, and I think we've done a very good job of getting to this point. I would see this as a balanced approach to the future. We've been very conscious of the costs, but we have needed to get on with some of the spend. So I congratulate council and the staff on where we've arrived. I will be supporting what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Maxwell, would you like to make any comments through Zoom?
Hi, can you hear me? Kua tahi ke te mihiau kia koutou from Whakatū here in Nelson. Kia ora koutou katoa. First up, I too would like to share with my colleagues our thanks to the staff and get right into my views on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to comment on the long-term plan. Having attended most of all the workshops, and I did attend all of the hearings, unfortunately I missed the 2 days of the deliberations, but nō reira. Quickly I'll say, first of all, I was warmed by what Councillor Wang had to say early in the debate, and he is our youngest councillor because many of these things are going to affect a lot of people in the future. And he said, we all won't be pleased with everything. That is true. But examples for myself, B&B, the pension, the units I've commented on at times, Rotorua also, I think there are some things we could have handled a little bit better so that we would not have received 1,500 submissions, most who were very unhappy with us. But I believe we have the opportunity to put some things right. I think we will. So I indicate, Madam Mayor, that I will be supporting the LTP. And I think it is not only, it's the right thing to do. It's not just 1 year. We're looking at 10 years, and we have alongside our staff have put the homework in there. So thank you. I'm indicating I will be supporting the LTP. Kia ora. Mā te atua koutou. E manaki. Kia ora no tātou katoa.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Maxwell. Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa or Lee, would you like to make any comments? Councillor Kiriopa.
Sure, Morena, thank you. Like 6 others of our 11 councillors, including the Mayor, sorry, not including you, but this was my first LTP process, along with 6 others. And for me, just like the annual plan we worked on last year, it was a frustrating and disappointing process with all the numbers and information presented to us, giving us little choice but to honour a majority of the contracts that had already been committed to before we came into council, and prioritise funding towards fixing the most serious issues presented to us, a majority being the long neglected and underfunded Three Waters infrastructure. I know all of our councillors and our mayor had kaupapa hopes and aspirations that we would love to have championed for dedicated funding within the next 10 years, but essentially we've been unable to allocate funding towards anything outside of existing contracts, fixing historical issues and mopping up substantial cost overruns. And as a first-term Māori ward representative, I have to say this journey has been particularly challenging for me, with my worldview, working within top-down manufactured inflationary parameters and constraints as a result of what I view as inequitable and unsustainable economic systems that I find really difficult to accept, that we all, not just us, but every council and stakeholder, just so willingly subscribe to and continue with business as usual in order to maintain. I find no joy in the fact that there is no room within these systems to challenge or avoid ongoing rates rises to cover less services and lower levels of service for our communities. Hioi anō, I too want to acknowledge the hard work of our staff, who we all witnessed were under the pump and working late nights for weeks. And I also want to acknowledge my fellow councillors and our mayor. We have great leadership in our Mayor Tania Tapsell and Deputy Mayor Sandra Kaifong, and I'm really grateful for a genuine team of councillors who I know all made the best decisions available to us to support our communities most in need. There is one point in particular I would like to make. If the government allows it, I will support redirecting the $2.5 million Better Off funding currently planned for the Aquatic Centre to help support our families who may lose their homes as a direct result of the Rotorua East Rotoiti scheme. Even though this will be at cost to our children who deserve hydroslides, and our elderly who deserve access to warm waters to bathe in, something that for many of our kaumātua was only accessible via the spas that the Rotorua Aquatic Centre formerly provided. The budget blowouts around the Rotoiti Rotorua sewage scheme have impacted our lakes communities horrendously, not only financially, but the stress, anger and feelings of hopelessness and betrayal felt by those communities is unacceptable. Added to that, every Rotorua ratepayer must also now take responsibility for the mismanagement of the Rotoiti scheme, because every household must now pay an extra $1,700, I believe, each in rates to cover that blowout. I therefore support the requests of our Rotoiti communities who have asked that Council undertake an honest and thorough investigation into how such a budget blowout could occur, including unacceptably poor lack of communication commentator Thomas Sowell, who says, "It's hard to imagine a more stupid or more dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong." A positive for me that has come out of this process has been the ability of groups within our communities to drive home to councillors and staff important kaupapa such as the skate park. It's highly unlikely that neither the museum restoration or potential for a new skate park build would actually still be on the table if our community hadn't made it loud and clear to us during council submissions processes. In conclusion, I'm grateful to my fellow councillors who have voiced many of the concerns we have. I'm sorry to our communities who are struggling with the collective 46% rates increase. I think someone else calculated, who's got better maths than I. But I will be supporting this LTP for the reasons mainly that Councillor Wang outlined, that it will actually be worse for our communities if I don't do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kiriopa. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. After our election in October 2022, I congratulated you on your ascent to the mayoralty, and I pledged I would work constructively with you. Last year, I voted in support of the annual plan, not necessarily because I supported every item on it, but as I said at the time, I thought we had followed an impeccable process. I thought democracy had prevailed on that occasion. Over the past year, much of which includes the period of time when we have been considering the long-term plan, there have been a number of process issues that have troubled me greatly. I walked in on a meeting here in this chamber that was chaired by yourself. It was a Tarot meeting, Te Arawa River Iwi meeting. It was one of those meetings that was not advertised in advance. There was no minutes published. The media weren't invited to it. Even the councillors weren't invited to it. And then we discover that the Ngāti Whakaue Gifted Reserves Protocol Committee is operating in like manner.
Point of order. Are we talking about the LTP or something else? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Relevance?
Thank you very much. Your
long-term
concerns regarding the iwi protocol committees are not relevant to the long-term plan. If you would like to get to the concern that you have.
You see, Madam Chair, when I got elected, I was interested in getting to the processes of how this council makes decisions. And the Ombudsman stated in the last 12 months that he was deeply concerned about this council's commitment to conducting its business with openness and transparency. And here we are, still having committees operating in secret, not open and transparent. And these have diminished democracy, in my view.
We have heard these concerns from you consistently on your personal opinion, but we also have heard very valid answers. We, in the progress reports at our committee meetings, get updates of what is occurring at those meetings. This is business as usual, iwi partnership, which is incredibly important. Do you have any other concerns that you wish to raise that are relevant to the long-term plan?
I consider these relevant to the long-term plan because it is undermining the role of the councillors at this table to decide the future of Rotorua over the next 10 years. So what we have witnessed is a diminishing of democracy, decisions being made behind our backs, and it's something that I cannot turn a blind eye to, I'm afraid, Your Worship. And I think also when I look back on what a long-term plan is, we present this to the committee and we say, to the community, and we say, this is what we want the future of Rotorua to look like for the next 10 years. Well, at the last election, we had 7 new councillors out of 10 get elected, and I've got to ask myself, have we followed on from the previous council, or have we turned the direction at all? What's the vision of this council? I'm sorry, I just don't see myself in this long-term plan, and I'm troubled about some of this decision-making along the way. I know the community have been put through the mill by a number of the proposals that have gone out for consultation on this. I cannot put my hand on my heart and say to the community, this is my long-term plan and I endorse it. I think this is where the future of Rotorua should be for the next 10 years. And yeah, I think Rotorua deserves better. So I won't be voting in support of this. And
Thank you. I think Rotorua deserves better too. We would like to conclude this discussion, and I'll now ask Councillor Kai Fong as the seconder to provide the final comment.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, we came together about 18 months ago and we set for the community what our priorities would be to deliver on for the next 3 years. And those priorities included the economy, housing, addressing our reputation, the tourism rebuild, and ensuring that we had infrastructure fit for purpose and for the future. We also said that we would work in a way that was transparent, so we've done that by ensuring that the public have access to our workshops. We said that we would work with authentic relationships with our partners, including mana whenua, and we have demonstrated that we have done that. And we said that we would do this based on smart investment, so we would look at those investments that we would need to deliver for the community, to deliver on those priorities that we would set, with the vision that we would have a better Rotorua for all. In setting those priorities, we then needed to do the next part of the work to get to this point in our long-term plan. So as part of that, we also set out and signed off our future development strategy. We looked at where our zoning and our growth should be, and alongside that, we set our infrastructure strategy in place. So we had all the building blocks in place, we had our vision in place, and we had the things that we wanted to deliver. It wasn't perfect because, yes, we did have to finish off some work that had been left from previous councils in terms of making sure that our infrastructure was fit for purpose. And yes, we had no option but to continue with those. And it was for that reason that when we went into this LTP process, we said, let's just concentrate on what is the priority for us to deliver and get those things over the line. So, yes, it didn't have the things that we really wanted probably as councillors to see the more community amenity in there, and we went out with a very infrastructure-related long-term plan. We also said that we would look for some fairness and equity in terms of our short-term rental accommodation, and that was also to partly address our housing, it was to address our reputation rebuild, and ensure that we have appropriate funding for the marketing of the destination. And so, whilst we didn't get some of these things right when we went out for community consultation, we had to start with a proposal for the community to consider. And yes, councillors, we have listened because we have come back with some solutions from where we first started. So we have moved away from where our original proposal started on short-term rentals. We have refined that proposal to not be just a simple commercial rate, but we've refined that. We've come up with a solution for Rotorua, and we may be having another solution in terms of the Be Better Off funding. We've also listened to the community feedback around the aquatic centre, and if there is a possibility for that funding to continue, then at least some design work will be done in respect of some more fun things to happen, like hydroslides. And we've also listened to the community around the skateboard park. In terms of debt, we still go back to our original premise of smart investment, and we needed to ensure that we had the right tools in place, and so we spent a lot of time in terms of our workshops and our discussions, making sure that we were comfortable with that debt limit was, that we had some sufficient headroom in the case of some emergency or unexpected event taking place. I know not everyone's happy here, and we've heard some concerns voiced around the table that they do not wish to support the long-term plan. However, we need to remember that we came together as a council, we set those priorities together, we all agreed with those priorities, and this is what this long-term plan will deliver on. Not all of the councillors actually attended the public meetings, and I'd like to thank my councillors that did take the time to go out to the community to hear the voices directly in the community with those public meetings. And I'd like to thank those councillors that were here and present for all of the deliberations where we sat through days of meetings, and before that we had sat through several days and hours of actually hearing directly from the public through those public submissions. As a councillor, I believe that this is one of the most important jobs for us, to have been there present and taking part in all of those discussions and deliberations and hearings, reading the submissions and taking part in this. And yes, whilst we're not always happy with what's been delivered as a collective in terms of the whole document, I think we need to jointly come together and say, this is what we want to deliver on, and we can only do that if we work together and share that. So I'm happy to support the long-term plan. Collectively, I'd also like to thank the staff, because I know that they have worked tirelessly on this. David, to you and your team for the audit to get this over the line for us, to enable us to adopt this in time, and your worship for your leadership. And thank you, Andrew, also for coming in, I know late in the piece, but also for the direction that you've helped us through this. So I'm happy to support the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kaifong. We will now put this to the vote. I will ask if you could please raise your hand. I'll read it. That Council received the audit opinion and adopt the final long-term plan 2024-2034. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kaifong. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? Thank you. That is carried. And I'm happy to confirm that our long-term plan now has been adopted. We thank Audit NZ partners for joining us by Zoom, and also your contribution and your work as well to help us to get to this point. It's been much appreciated. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Can I request that my vote be recorded?
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. So now, as a formality, we must approve the setting of the council rates. And then we may take a break then, just before we start the development contributions. So I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, setting council rates for the year 1 July 2024 to 30th of June 2025 be received. That's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. I'd now like to invite Thomas Colley to overview the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Hopefully, this is a formal process now following on from the adoption of the long-term plan, which also includes the rates funding impact statement. And by adopting this enables the staff to go forth and set the rates. It also acknowledges the due dates, the penalty rates, and the early prompt payment discount. So happy to answer any questions that the elected members may have.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Are there any questions? Councillor Waru.
Kia ora te manukura, kia ora Thomas. Just a question around the 2% early bird payment. Can that be, is that the limit of the percent that can be taken off, or is that up for debate?
I think at this point it's probably not up for debate, but in saying that, going forward into the next annual plan, if we have a discussion around that earlier, we can look at that. And so that by setting that percentage, it does take into account, obviously, with regards to the financial impact on council of receiving the money earlier versus rewarding earlier payment.
So that 2% is accounted for in all your...
In the LTP modelling, yep.
Okay, thank you. Thought I'd try. Kia ora.
Thank you. And just a quick question regarding rates remissions for those who may be suffering hardship in the community. Can you just clarify what the process is for them to receive a discount if necessary?
So we don't actually have specific provisions for hardship. However, we do have other mechanisms with regards to, for our pensioners, with regards to the government rebate system, and we assist people on that front. We also have rates deferral mechanism for those people as well, where they can elect to defer their rates up until the point of sale of the property. And as always, we're more than happy to look and work with people with regards to options on rate payments and taking into account their circumstances.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, since we went out for consultation and the rates were presented to the community in the consultation document, the Valuer General has completed his valuation of the community properties, and so the figures that are seen in this rates impact statement will be look different to what the community may have seen in the consultation document. Is that correct? And can you just explain what the relationship between those two is, please?
Yes, so the sample ratepayers that we did show during the consultation and the rates calculator online had the old capital values, and we've now had, with sign-off from the Valuer General, I think about 3-4 weeks ago, we have now had to use the new capital values, which means there is you will see a slight change. Some properties have been impacted more than others, where they've had significant capital value increase. And so what we have noticed is that those that saw substantial capital value increases in comparison to the overall, they all shifted in general. I think above what the average was, we'll see a change in their rates, which is normally impacted by a change in the proportion of general rate that they pick up. And so, yes, they are slightly different. They are currently up online on our rates calculator, is my understanding, and so if anyone is unsure as to the impact, they can look online and see the impact of that on their individual property.
Thank you.
Thank you. There appear to be no further questions, so I will move this. Do I have a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Brown. I'll read it out. That Council, in accordance with Section 2.3 of the Local Government Rating Act 2002, set the rates and in accordance with Section 24 of the Local Government Rating Act 2002, set the dates by which rates must be paid. In accordance with Sections 57 and 58 of the Local Government Act 2002, set the penalties that may be added to unpaid rates, and also set the discount for early payment at 2%. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you. As there is about 20 minutes before the break, what I propose is that we take the presentation of the draft development contributions, and then we will take a break after that and come back for any questions. So we now move to page 49 of our agenda. I'd like to ask a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Adoption of Draft Development Contributions Policy. It's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to to receive, say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Thomas to overview a presentation for us.
Thank you again, Your Worship. Adoption of the Development Contributions Policy. So every LTP, we do take the moment to review the policy and update the policy. And that is because the policy itself is directly linked to the growth infrastructure that we have in our long-term plan. I'll try and rush through some of these other elements, but for the purposes of, I guess, of people that are watching or are unfamiliar, development contributions are a charge that is levied on new developments. So what it recognises is that as Rotorua grows and there is more demand on our infrastructure, and as council has to invest in infrastructure to support growth, that growth pays its fair share for growth. So rather than having those costs fully imposed on ratepayers, what it recognises is that those that are driving the growth, benefiting from the growth, are paying their fair share. And it covers both residential, industrial and commercial. And obviously predominantly in the urban area where the majority of our infrastructure is, in particular our wastewater, water and stormwater networks. The charges are set under the Local Government Act, and it's quite specific with regards to how we can apply and how we do this. As I said before, it is directly tied to our long-term plan, but in particular our infrastructure strategy, which identifies specifically the infrastructure investment into growth and how they should be funded. And they are different with regards to financial contributions, and we are one of the many councils in New Zealand that have development contributions in place. So why need them, and what are they covering? So within this plan, the LTP that you've just adopted, there is $205 million of investment in our capital spend, targeting growth in particular. 28 million of that is around our wastewater network, 144 million is on stormwater, and $26 million is on water supply, and there's also 9 million in roading, but roading isn't covered under our development contribution. And so the question that we ask and pose ourselves is that if there's a $200 million cost of investment to support growth, then what is a fair way of sharing that cost? And you'll see there that of that 205 million, 85 million is being covered by the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, which was the fund from central government. 46 million of that is being covered by the ratepayer. So it does recognise that 25% of that total cost, the wider ratepayer. The ratepayers that pay obviously the targeted rates for that services are covering it. And we're asking of 74 million of that total 205 be covered and directly from growth. And so that's done on development contributions on, in particular, developments that drive growth. So the consultation that we've had is it's done slightly in conjunction with the long-term plan, as we've talked about. There were two key aspects that, well, three aspects that changed. First of all, the increase in investment that was reflected in our long-term plan. I think it more than doubled on the previous development contributions policy in LTP. And there were two changes with regards to the amalgamation of the stormwater catchments and changing the methodology of calculating the charges to the cash flow method, which meant Those developments that were earlier on in the plan would pay less than those developed later on in the plan, and that recognised that for many growth investments, council is spending the money and doing the investment up front, and that there's a holding cost of holding that debt while we wait for that growth to occur. And we've undertaken a legal review, and we've made minor enhancements to the policy. One of the questions I have been asked from yourselves in particular and other people is around how credits work. And so credits are available with regards to what we call brownfield development. So that's where an existing site that's being used, and it may be a residential site or but predominantly commercial and industrial, where there's a building and activity in place and a developer buys that and significantly changes it and changes the investment. And how are development contributions charged? And so what we do is we have a method of calculating the credits, whereby we look at what was on the site before with regards to the buildings, the impermeable surfaces, and what the impact of those are, and we calculate what the credits would be with regards to their historical, I guess, costs that they've paid before to our previous capital investment, and we measure that up against what that's being proposed. And so what happens is that we do a bit of a calculation, and there's a little bit of an example here with regards to a 200 square metre building with 500 square metres of impermeable surfaces, so that could be concrete or tar seal with regards to around the building. And based on the calculations, they would get credits for water of $2,400, wastewater of $550,300, and stormwater of $15,000. And then based on the new proposal, so they might bulldoze all that and do a new proposal, we'd calculate what the development contributions would be on the new proposal and then offset that against what was already there. And so they will get a credit for that. It's important to note that you can't get a refund on credits. It can only go towards the cost of that. And so in many cases, depending on if it's a like-for-like development and not a lot of change, but it's more modern, then there's not a lot of new development contribution charges. But if it's substantially different, so you're covering more of the surface and an impermeable surface, tar seal or concrete, or you're doubling the footprint and those sorts of things, then obviously the credits will have an impact, but there'll still be a charge. One of the other things as well is around can we target the development contributions policy to encourage some particular activity? It's not recommended to do so. It's recommended that obviously growth is growth and it should pay for itself. But if there are particular proposals that do come through that are of particular interest to council, and I'll pick an example of someone's going to buy a inner city block and bulldoze it and build a 30-storey hotel with a casino and a convention centre. Then we may do a special assessment and work with them, or we may enter into an agreement and work through the impact of that. And so in some of those cases, they probably wouldn't pay the full mechanism, and so we'd bring those to you with regards to what those look like. And so those are the methods that were available there, where we could help and encourage activity that matches and more aligns with some of council's objectives, such as inner city revitalisation, maybe hotel and motel refurbishment down Fenton Street as an example, versus having specific clauses in the development contributions policy. That's the list of the charges. As we've said, with the substantial increase, and this hasn't changed from what we've shown you previously, they have changed significantly from the previous policy, and that just reflects the level of capital investment that underpins it. I'll just skip ahead first and I'll go back. In comparison against some of our neighbouring councils, Taupo, compared to Kinloch, we're probably about 2/3 of that cost, but very similar with regards to some of the other greenfield ones. Tauranga has quite a mixed kind of portion, but with regards to their citywide contribution, very similar, but then they do have some more targeted catchments that apply. And as a comparison to Hamilton, you'll see there that from their residential, they have quite a range, their max being 122,000 per house versus their minimum of 44,000. So, and compared to our neighbours, we're on the very similar, or at the lower end, and in particular against some of our larger neighbours, cities, we're definitely on the lower end. One of the other questions that I've asked is, well, what if we don't do this, and what is the risk? Well, the current policy isn't aligned to the 2024 LTP and the infrastructure strategy, and the current policy that's in place at the moment is only looking to recover 60 million, with most of that being offset, and so we are, having now $205 million total investment, and so we would therefore have an LTP that has an investment profile that wouldn't be matched with regards to the recovery of those costs, and as a result that those costs would probably therefore fall on to the ratepayer rather than growth paying for growth. And I'll remind you, before on that other slide, we were asking for about $74 million of recovery against a $205 million total investment. And it's likely with regards to the current policy remaining offer, and because it's not aligned, we'd probably expose ourselves to a judicial review. So with that, I'll just quickly, happy to take any questions that the members may have.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Thomas, for going through that again for us and actually giving us some examples there, which is very helpful to me. Thank you, to understand that. You mentioned that there could be special assessments and agreements with developers for certain types of development that we might want to work with the developer more closely. Is that an operational matter, or will those things come back to council to be looked at, or does it depend on a case-by-case thing?
It will be a case by case, but if it is substantial, then these matters would definitely go to the council table for a decision. Yep.
Thank you, Thomas. Are there any further questions? Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Thomas, you had a slide there about the risks of not adopting. What, if any, are the risks if we did adopt but delayed the implementation date of the policy?
So, Deputy Mayor, the risks are exactly the same because we have a year where we're still operating under the previous policy and that misalignment. So all the risks of not adopting are exactly the same as if we were to defer a year as well.
Thank you. And just ask our Chief Executive to add further comment to that.
Thank you, Worship. So just to add to that, as you saw on the coloured graph, a significant portion of our growth costs are paid through the IAF. The IAF also has milestones and deadlines and includes requirements for council to co-fund. So I'm just highlighting a risk to that program if we don't fund our parts of it, and as a consequence we don't achieve the targets that we've agreed to. That large portion of the total capex for growth has then an increased risk profile. So just to answer the question in terms of what are the implications of not getting the funding that we've planned for on the principle of growth pays for growth, it does put at risk, at increased risk, the IAF funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru, followed by...
Just a quick question. Thank you, Thomas. A couple of quick questions, actually. The first one was, you mentioned the roading. It's not a part of this particular pool of funding, did you say?
No, so within our long-term plan, we have investment into roading for growth of 9 million, but our development contributions policy at the moment is only covering wastewater, stormwater and water. That's not to say into the future that roading can't be included, but at the moment it's not.
Copper, and I think there was a slide on your thing there, but I'll just mention it anyway. So works at probably around, what you're proposing here is around about 36% of the total whatever cost for development within this fund is to be covered by development contributions.
Yeah, that's correct. So based on this, well, close to half of the total cost will be covered between a mix of the ratepayers, being 46 million of the 205, so about 25%, and then yes, the other 74 million. So yes, pretty close to your math, yes.
Cool. So just on that, and I think it was in one of your slides, but you know you're going quick. When you compare to other rohe, other places around Aotearoa, how does that stack up?
Yeah, so compared to some of our neighbours, we are at the lower end. So while we have had a substantial increase from the previous policy to this to reflect the investment, we're still probably at the lower end of comparables, and in particular to some with regards to, like as an example there for Hamilton, standard residential property, depending on where it sits in Hamilton, and you'll see there it has a range of 122,000 to 44. So compared to Hamilton and such, we are definitely at the lower end.
And our Chief Executive will just add to this as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just as was referred to earlier, we've got a 25% increase in infrastructure costs. Many councils take the view, as you have, that primarily growth pays for growth. If you don't want to put that cost onto rates, it goes on development contributions. We've got the benefit of 85 out of $200 million coming from IAF, so that actually attenuates what the impact would be on development contributions quite significantly. If we didn't have that, it'd be much worse.
And just one last question. Does I suppose the development and its impact on providing, i.e. employment and things like that, are those taken into account in this in the distributions policy? Oh, not distributions, development contributions, sorry.
No, not from this, but I think that comes back to maybe some of the other questions that councillors have had with regards to encouraging redevelopment and growth into Rotorua. And if you do, and I use that example of that hotel being built in a city, within that discussion around the setting of those DCs, some of those factors you could take into account, recognising the wider benefits of that. Just taking on board that a development like that would utilise remaining capacity, therefore, if you did do something to encourage other wider benefits, then you're moving that cost to someone else. But there are mechanisms of dealing with that, yes.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Te Manukura, kia ora.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not sure whether it's a question for either the Chief Executive or Thomas. You mentioned in your kōrero about the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund and the milestones that have to be reached by us or delivered as part of us receiving that funding. If I recall, when we discussed this back in March, Kāinga Ora stated that they had 500 homes to be completed by the end of 2025. As far as the development contributions go, if those homes are delivered, surely we are meeting the target for the IAF, because they're specifically mentioned in the document as to how many homes per year we have to enable. Kāinga Ora's covers all of that. Well, so where would be the challenge if we deferred by 1 year?
Oh, correct, and that Kāinga Ora housing takes this into account, but Kāinga Ora can't build those houses if the infrastructure isn't there to support them. So we still, regardless of who the developer is, we still have to do the investment. So
I get that, but what the development contribution part is what I'm concerned about with this particular reference. If Kāinga Ora are delivering the homes that they've said they're going to deliver, which means we meet our IAF obligation, what would be the impact of delaying it by 1 year?
Okay, well, from a simple perspective, is if they are delivering 500 homes, then that 500 homes would be charged $11,000 that the government would pay each, versus under the policy $33,000. So why wouldn't we be encouraged to introduce the policy so the government would pick up a bigger portion of the share of that cost by paying DCs?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, but you can see where the development contributions fall on different people in different circumstances, but ultimately, to simplify it, as we've mentioned, growth pays for growth. And so if that growth is going to be large, the development contribution will be expected to be large as well. I just wonder if there are any further questions, otherwise we might pause there for a break. Just a quick question, Thomas. How often is the development contributions reviewed?
Normally done in conjunction with the long-term plan because of its strong tie to the infrastructure strategy. But in saying that, there's no reason why we can't do it every year if there is a desire to do that. So it's just you have to go out and consult on that. Just remembering there has to be a strong tie to our LTP and our infrastructure strategy.
Thank you. And just finally, development contributions were completely removed. That was a policy of the previous mayor. So for some time, there was no development contribution, it was zero. We have unfortunately been surprised with very high costs of the infrastructure that we've been required to put in. Has that impacted what we're doing now, or is development contributions only impacting future focused?
So future focused. So remembering back, it was removed also because within our long-term plans that we had at the time, there was very little growth infrastructure targeted as well. So there was very little to recover. And I think at the time it was seen other reasons for removing that. So as we went into the previous LTP, we saw a larger investment into growth. And so asking the question around whether growth should pay for growth, hence why we introduced it partway through the last LTP cycle, and in particular with the significant increase in investment in growth that's being reflected in the new policy. But no, we weren't hampered too much with regards to the lack of that policy during that period because our LTPs at that time had very little growth infrastructure in it.
Okay, thank you. Look, it is just past 11 o'clock, so I'd like to take a short pause now. We will break until 11:30 a.m. and at that stage we will return. Just for anyone who's tuning in or interested, what I intend to do is get through our financial performance, the fluoridation paper, our appointment of council representation and the proposed reserve lease for Springfield Golf Course before we take our 1 o'clock lunch break. So we'll endeavour to do that for timing purposes. Thank you. We'll see you all at 11:30. Discussion on the development contributions policy. Would like to just double check if there were any further questions regarding this. Councillor O'Brien.
Sorry, Te Manakuta. Could I just clarify, are you asking of Thomas about the presentation?
Yes, if there are any further questions on the presentation or the report for development contributions. If there are not, we can then move into comments, get a mover in comments. Councillor Wadu? Oh, you're happy to move? Yep. Councillor Wadu has moved. Do you wish to second?
Oh, no, sorry, Your Worship. I'd just like to remind that I do have an amendment, so I'm happy to seek clarification and advice from the Chair and Ms Hopkins if you wish, that I have what I see as an amendment. However, you may see it as either requiring an up and down vote first, so I'm happy to take advice.
Would you like to put your suggested amendment?
Thank you. So it would be as is written there, but with
apologies,
sorry.
I've just been reminded it's not an amendment until there's a seconder.
Correct. That's why I say I'm seeking advice. What's for you?
Councillor Wang has just seconded that, so you may put your amendment now. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you. So it would be as written there, but with the addendum, and shall come into effect from July the 1st, 2026. Thank you.
So we just. Thank you. We'll need a seconder. Can you just repeat that date? Sorry.
Thank you, Te Manakuta. So sorry, as written there, but with the added words, and shall come into effect from July the 1st, 2026.
Thank you. And
Thank
that
you.
has been seconded by Councillor Patterson. So there has been an amendment put forward. We'll now seek staff advice on this before opening for any questions or comments on the amendment. If the amendment is supported, it will continue. If it has failed, then we return to the original motion as it is. So are there any comments from staff on a proposal to delay for 2 years?
Our advice from myself would be we expose ourselves to a judicial review. Our development contributions policy is not in line with our LTP. On top of that, we'll have substantial growth occurring. As one of the councillors pointed out, Keoho with regards to 500 properties. We'll still be required to invest into the infrastructure, and in a way we'll be deferring that cost, and what you'll be doing is you'll either be carrying more debt or pushing that cost onto the ratepayers, and I think this amendment goes probably against what you're probably trying to achieve. So the recommendation from staff is to not do this.
Thank you. Are there any, that's quite clear. Are there any questions or comments regarding this amendment?
I would just say this, Your Worship. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I shouldn't have to go and break it down. I would just remind that certain councillors that have reminded me previously that they didn't support the introduction of a development contribution. Also, too, that a number of the developers that I've spoken to and those associated with the building and planning and developing industry have asked us, made it very clear that this could have very significant impacts given the high interest rates, the very uncertain economic environment that we find ourselves. And if I could also remind you of the words of Her Worship herself when we brought up the vacant sites, when we had a policy proposal to discontinue the rates remission, and the high interest rates and the uncertain economic conditions we find ourselves in were brought up. So I don't think this requires any more explanation than it's pretty straightforward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments on this? I might think you will go Councillor Wadu very shortly. I might just add, it is already stated in the report on financial budget considerations, page 54, that in the absence of an updated developments contributions, the shortfall in funding of capital works required to support growth will fall onto council's debt. So the impact of delaying this for 2 years, and it is I'll read this line in the report, this debt burden will be recovered by the ratepayers of Rotorua. So while I appreciate your concerns that you have, I will note that this council does have a priority of the economy, and we are putting investment and smart investment into things like inner city revitalisation, and we are doing our best to make sure that we are investing in significant infrastructure that helps to unlock and support that growth. So while I do take on board, and we did hear and I have read the concerns from submitters around increases of development contributions, I am very mindful that when we saw in the presentation the comparison to the very high development contributions elsewhere, actually I would be more concerned of our wider ratepayers in the significant challenging times, the ones who are really struggling to get by already, having to take on a significant burden of development contributions, not only from industrial or commercial developers, but also residential, including the many kāinga order developments that are happening. Pausing this will mean that our ratepayers are the ones who will pick up that burden. The purpose of a development contribution, as has been repeatedly mentioned, is that growth should pay for growth, that private investors that are wishing to do a development should be the ones to pay for the growth required, not the wider public who do not benefit necessarily or directly from that private investment. So Councillor Waddu, you also had a comment?
No, kei te pai te manukura, you just took my co-host, so kia ora.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on the amendment before us, or we will see if there is support? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess I'm supporting Councillor O'Brien's motion because I'm concerned, or amendment, because I am concerned that we are about to go into a very difficult next at least 6 months, if not 2 years. There have been numerous statements in the media from people who actually know what they're talking about, being economists, etc., saying that they don't expect a number of businesses to be in existence within 6 months, let alone a year. So if businesses are being asked to pay more for things that they think they might do, they might just go, you know what, we're not going to do them. We'll just sit on it. So the so-called growth we're hoping to get might not even eventuate if we make it too hard for them. My concern is we've said we want to see our city get back on its feet. How can we do that if the people who want to do the investment can't afford it? Because we keep raising the prices of everything. So that's my concern, is that perhaps we shouldn't rush into this, that maybe if it's not 2 years, maybe 1 year, just let's have a breather. Thank you.
Thank you. There appears to be no further comments, so we will put this forward to the vote, which is this amendment. I'll read it out again, sorry. The Council adopts development contributions policy with the recommended changes following consultation with the community during the course of the long-term plan 2024-34 consultation, and the amendment come into effect from 1st of July 2026. I will just ask for a show of hands for this one. This has been moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Any against, please raise your hand. Thank you, that has been lost, and we return to our original recommendation. So we are now in comments. Perhaps I will start, and while I do take developers may choose not to develop, I will say that at least they have a choice, because the ratepayers that would have to pick up that burden of other people's private investment and growth would not have a choice. We will be forcing them to pay for private benefit, and that doesn't sit very well with me. So while I am not happy with having to, not necessarily happy with having to increase the development contributions policy, I've certainly heard very clearly from our ratepayers that they are very concerned about affordability. And when we know that residential homes are required, and we know that kāinga order has significant development plans, and also when we know that we are on the cusp of some very exciting industrial and commercial developments, I believe that it's appropriate that growth is paying for growth. And I do believe that Rotorua continues to be a fantastic place to invest, and that actually what development contributions here is significantly less than surrounding neighbourhoods in our district, but also around the country. So I do believe that it is still fair. Are there any further comments? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to add something else. I know during the consultation period on this item and the change in the policy that some of the developers did raise concerns around brownfield developments and the inner city development and all the things that we're hoping to progress as a council. I was pleased to hear Thomas's answers to those questions that were asked around that and how there can actually be some credits in situations, and even in others there may be the ability for special assessments and also developer agreements that can actually hopefully target the investment that we want to see. It's a challenging balance because if we don't go ahead with this amendment to the already existing policy, we are going to place a lot of any growth that does happen onto our ratepayers if we don't get it from the people who are creating some of the growth. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the way that it stands at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. There appears to be no further comment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, I'm just reserving my right to speak last. Is this going to be the last comment?
There do appear to be no further comments, so yes, Councillor Waru.
Oh, kia ora, te manukura. No, just saying, obviously I support it because I moved it. And someone who works in development and investment on a everyday basis, this is it's actually quite, what would you call it? It's reasonable. It's not the best, you know, no one wants to pay more than they have to. That's just how it is. But there are ways around how you stage developments and things like that where these costs can be used wisely and the plan can still work. I think it's about attracting the right kind of investment too and for growth into our city. It's been a big kaupapa for us from day dot as we got here. So, you know, I think, yes, it'll be hard. It's not the easiest, but I think we always, the development industry always finds a way to make it work. I mean, I was part of a group that we developed, even though it was hardest during the COVID times, and we made a way. We found a way to make things work. So I'm 100%. What would you call it? You know, I have the belief that, you know, those who are serious about developing, whether it's housing or businesses or industry here, they'll find a way to make it work. And I still think, although I do take the point around, you know, the incentive around it is a little bit harsh there, but I think if, like I said, if we're serious, we'll make this happen. Nā reira, kei te tautoko i te kaupapa nei. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. That's been moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang. Once again, I'll ask for a show of hands, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any against? Thank you. That is carried. We will now move to the financial performance for the 11 months ended. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? It's moved by Councillor Kaifong, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. And I'd now like to invite David Jensen to overview this report and speak to a presentation. This is financial performance for the 11 months ended the 31st of May 2024. Welcome, David.
Good morning, Your Worship and elected members. This report covers the 11 months ending 31 May 2024. I will take the report largely as read, but there are some aspects that I'll cover in this presentation. So 11 months in, our revenue is sitting 1.45 million ahead of budget. We do have coming into the end of the financial year, we are preparing for year end, which is 4 days away. As part of that, we are gearing up for some of our asset revaluations. So we are revaluing about $700 million worth of assets. And as part of that, there are some tidy ups and condition assessments and we're preparing for that process to happen. As part of that, we've received $11.9 million of vested assets, which is included in that revenue. We also have revenue, in line with previous months, we have user fees that are lower than we had budgeted year to date through predominantly with just lower numbers coming through. It's the Howard Morrison Centre, the EEC and parking revenue, and that's in line with previous months. Our capital subsidies are $10.8 million behind budget year to date. That's in line with where the capital program is. So I'll cover that in a separate slide shortly, that we have achieved a bigger capital program delivery at the end of May than we ever have in previous years as a council. However, a number of those projects are not yet at the point where we can claim some of those capital subsidies, and that's resulting in that $10.8 million being behind budget year to date at the end of May. With regards to our expenditure, we are showing expenditure above budget of $10.2 million. Within that number is $6 million related to non-cash loss on disposal. So as I mentioned before, when we're preparing those $700 million worth of assets to go off and be revalued, we have to do an assessment of any assets that have reached the end of their lives before they were scheduled to. There may be a variety of reasons why that might happen, and there's $6 million of non-cash disposals within that $10 million, just relating to that tidy up there, preparing for those assets to be revalued by our external valuers. Our interest expense is ahead of budget year to date, and that's due predominantly to three reasons. Firstly, we had some very high volatile pricing earlier in the financial year that's locked in. We're also carrying additional debt from some CIP money and MFE, noting that we have now invoiced for that $13 million, so we're expecting that to come in. And the last aspect of that interest expense is the arbitrage that we identified earlier in the year. So we have pre-funded a maturity for next April. We've taken on a loan to repay that debt in the future, and we've placed those funds on term deposits higher than we are paying the LGFA, so earning that additional interest revenue. So when we do look at the P&L, the interest expense is higher than budget. However, that is partially offset by significantly higher interest income from our term deposits. Our capital expenditure is $18.1 million behind at the end of May, so we've delivered $105 million against a year-to-date budget of $123 million. So we will be behind. We will not achieve the full program this year. We're looking at which projects will be carried in aspects of any project budgets that may be carried forward into next year, making an assessment of which of those need to be carried forward. But as I said earlier, the $105.7 million at the end of May is the highest we have ever delivered, and we've still got a month to go in the financial year. Council's net debt is $405 million at the end of May. Again, within that $405 million is $26 million of a loan that we have taken out to repay a maturity next year, and that money's on term deposit. So I won't dwell on the P&L. It is covered extensively in the report. Just pointing out there that we do have total income being $1.45 million ahead of budget, and expenses being $11.6 million ahead of budget, just reflecting those additional asset movements that we've recorded as part of the year-end process. So over the course of the financial year, when we've been showing you the P&L, we've been trying to isolate the operating surplus from a number of the capital elements that exist within the P&L. So if we take the headline number in our P&L, take away that capital revenue that we haven't received yet on the capital for relating to capital projects, and take away the lower development contributions, so we are $37,000 behind the year-to-date budget. We are left with an operating surplus of $582,000 at the end of May. 1 month to go with the financial year, and we do have a large number of annual entries that occur at the end of the financial year, but so we are currently reporting a operating surplus of $580,000. And lastly, with our capital program, we can see there within that 105 million, it is weighted very heavily towards our sewerage and sewage activities. So Tarawera and the wastewater treatment plant are significant projects. We've spent $40 million on those projects year to date. Within the community wellbeing activity, there's a significant amount in there related to the aquatic centre, which has recently reopened, and a number of large projects within the roading, especially with some of the weather events that we've had to do remedial work there as well. And against a budget of $123.8 million year to date, we're expecting things to be around $110 to $115 million delivery at the end of June. So
I think councillors, with 4 days to go to the end of the financial year, I think for us, we expect the end of year result to be fairly close to budget. I think some of that surplus will probably get a little bit smaller. I think at the higher levels, the themes and challenges that we've got there is that it's been a very big year with regards to the capital spend, and I think by the end of this financial year, it'll probably be one of the largest investments spend-wise that we've had for the year, for quite some time. The financial result itself is there's lots of ups and downs, and a lot of them are offsetting each other. But the one big thing that is actually impacting the result is, from a net debt perspective, we're carrying that $23 million of extra debt that we've mentioned before. $10 million is tied to the MFE funding, which we're working with them as part of the LTP discussions on getting, but it's likely that that'll hit in the next financial year. And then $13 million is tied to the CIP with regards to those Moray Street dams, and we've just signed off the final claim form for that. And so that revenue should be coming shortly. So that position of our net debt should correct itself in the coming weeks and months, but likely not to be at the end of the year. So I think the team have done well, and the organisation has done well with regards to significant investment into our infrastructure in particular over this last 12 months. The debt's been managed prudently, has been applied to the things that should have been borrowing debt, and with regards to our operating result, lots of overs and unders, and the organisation has done its best to try and balance and offset that, and hopefully in the next 4 days when the year end comes, we're anticipating to be pretty close to, I guess, on budget, with the exception of the timing of some of those capital revenues and that net debt position. So with that, happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, David and Thomas. Any questions? Councillor Waru.
Kia ora te manukura, tira Thomas, kia ora anō. David, thank you for your report. Just quickly, just some things that I picked up in the presentation. You mentioned evaluations, that's going to happen, and given, you know, the GVs that have been sent around to homes and stuff now, what are you kind of projecting that's going to actually look like, and what impact will that have on our insurances and things like that, if it follows the same trend?
So we have a policy that each of our asset classes has to be revalued every 3 years. So this time around, it is the turn of transport, stormwater, and parks and reserves that we're revaluing. It's about $700 million worth of assets. Given market movements over the last 3 years, it's reasonable to assume that there will be some uplift in that value. We will need to make sure that those new values are properly insured, and we'll be working with our valuers and our auditors to make sure that that process happens smoothly over the next few months. So
in our LTP, has then been put out or finance set aside to deal with that?
So, when we prepare the LTP model, we need to make assumptions in there for what revaluation gains might be. It won't match exactly, but we've made an allowance for that, and through various annual plan and LTP processes, we can address any difference.
Thank you. Just another question too. Could I ask that you mentioned that our spend is looking possibly by the end of 4 days. You expect that it will be pretty much on budget in terms of spend, but in terms of outcomes and milestones for particular projects, does that also stack up with the spend?
I think I was meaning the overall net result, not the spend. Clearly there's some higher expenditure that's being offset. I think with regards to our performance measures, I'm not sure the last time we reported on those, but we'll be reporting through to you with regards to the success on those, particularly from an operating perspective. It's fair to say that we've got some challenges in some key areas, in particular around our consenting, as an example, with regards to the challenges the whole sector is having. But I think, with regards to the capital delivery itself, it's been a year of pretty good, solid investment into not only our renewals, but also with regards to some targeted infrastructure improvements, such as the wastewater treatment plant upgrade.
Thank you, Thomas. I look forward to that performance report. And my one last question about this report is around the, I think it's 10 mil odd, still to come from the subsidies. When it does come, will that then be attributed to this current financial year, or would you have to take it over to the next?
From an accounting perspective, it'll be recognised in this year, but from a cash receipt perspective, it'll be impacting next year. Yeah.
Copy. Thank you.
Thank you. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we do not require a decision on this, so we will move to our next item. This is our water supplies fluoridation program. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? It's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Would now like to invite Russell George to overview this report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read. Just wanted to highlight that this is seeking authorisation to enter a funding agreement with the Ministry of Health to install a capital works to comply with the directive to fluoridate the Rotorua Central and Rotorua East water supplies. The Director General of Health has advised that they can fund these works if we can sign an agreement by the end of this month, so Sunday, and has also pointed out that if we go beyond that date, the availability of funding is less certain. Also, just to highlight, in terms of the validity of the directive, there's been 2 High Court hearings in relation to this in 2024, and they've found that the directive still remains valid and is not unlawful. So in February 24, Justice Radich in the High Court concluded that the decision that is to be considered continues to have an effect unless and until it is revoked or amended by the Director General. And the matter was again considered in May in the High Court, and Justice LaHood stated that it is clear that it is the Director General as the government's senior public health expert who must make decisions around fluoridation, and the Council's role is limited to mandatory compliance once made, and again found that the directive was not unlawful.
Point of order.
Yes, what is your point of order?
Misrepresentation. The Justice Radich is
sorry.
Point of order. I don't think we can point of order a presentation.
You can't point of order a staff member, but it unfortunately is not misrepresentation, although you may have a different personal opinion on this.
No. The Radich decision in November found that the Director General of Health failed to do a Bill of Rights assessment, and that was therefore unlawful. The subsequent decisions found the court order remained valid, so therefore in effect, but still unlawful. So we have a very odd contradictory situation with those two.
Quick point of order once again, Madam Chair. Not to takahi on the kōrero, but we have time to debate this stuff in debate time. That's what I would like to hear the rest of the kōrero. Thank you.
Thank you. Although it's not a point of order, Councillor, we've heard your concerns, so I might just ask the Chief Executive to respond.
Thank you, Worship, and I just wanted to clarify as Mr. George been confirmed, so I don't want to talk about that.
Yes, point of order.
Yes.
Validity and
Point
legality.
of orders, you can't point validity. Staff members.
Well,
do you have a further question?
It's a misrepresentation. There's a distinction between validity and unlawfulness. The order remains valid, but it's unlawful still.
Madam Chair, I've already made my kōrero. I think I'm happy that we can debate this, but I'd like to get through the presentation, if we haven't already got to the end there, and give Matua Russell the respect to finish his kōrero.
So through your worship, that was the end of my presentation. Yeah.
So we now open up for any questions, and as Russell has mentioned and is detailed in the report, the decision before us today is specifically regarding the funding agreement with the Ministry of Health for capital costs, in the direction, and importantly, of course, that deadline is fast upon us. We have until the 30th of June, or we will lose out on significant funding. So I just have the question. I'll start off, and please let me know if anybody else has any questions. Just regarding the funding, can you confirm how much funding is available, and if we do not receive that, can you confirm that ratepayers will have to foot that on our debt?
Yeah, so it's just over $3 million. Which includes for the contract and all the costs of installing it. The indication from the Director General of Health is if we don't enter a funding agreement, the funding becomes uncertain.
Thank you, and I think the Chief Executive has a further comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So I just wanted to be clear that what we're seeking from you is authorisation for us to enter into a contract to gain the Crown funding towards implementing the capital works. The alternative to that is that there is no change in the directive, or there might be a change in directive, but that's not the relevant matter before us today. What we're asking for is authorisation to sign the contract, secure the funding, in order to avoid putting that burden on the ratepayers.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following on from your kōrero, has there been anything in writing or any directive to say that if you do not take up this opportunity to get this funding, that we will still make you do it anyway?
Yes, there has been.
Thank you.
Question from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Russell, and just a couple of questions for you. Can you give us any indication of the structure of the funding agreement and any particular milestones and timelines that we are expected to meet, is the first part of the question.
Yeah, so the timeline to meet is to have it all done by 28th of March 2025.
And so in order to do that, when do we need to start works?
We've allowed a little bit of leeway, but given that there's always delays, pretty much July, August would be about as late as you'd want to go.
Okay. And the funding comes to us when those certain milestones are met, or is it upfront?
No, I think it'll be in two tranches, I think, but it's it's conditional on us installing installing the works.
Thank you. And one last question, if that's okay. Has there been any communication at all from the Director General at any stage regarding whether the work has begun to justify the Bill of Rights limitations?
I don't have any information on that. It's still a piece of work they're looking at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There have been the 2 cases since that are saying that regardless of that, the directives are still in place and remain valid.
Thank you.
Councillor, you have a further question?
Sorry?
Did you have a question?
Yeah, just sought clarification from the Chief Executive. He said that he'd received some correspondence to the effect that Council would be required to pay for the fluoridation equipment if funding was not accepted by the end of this month. I haven't seen that correspondence.
Thank you, Worship. I'm happy to forward the correspondence. The essence of it, I believe, is covered in the report, where we indicate that the requirement to fluoridate is unrelated to the funding available from the Crown, and that our obligation to comply with the Director General's instructions isn't contingent on us getting the Crown funding. So if we didn't get the Crown funding, the Director General has clearly stated that we would still be expected to adhere to her directive. And I'm happy to circulate that letter.
The Health Act amendments require a cost-benefit analysis to be done in support of making the directive. So my understanding is that the government has cut funding for fluoridation as of 4 days' time. So I think the natural consequence of that surely is that second-tier councils, who are next cabs off the rank, will not be asked to fluoridate without funding, and surely the same would apply to this council if we were to not accept the invitation for funding immediately.
Sorry, so is the question, just to check, is the question...
Have you considered the requirements under the Health Act that the Director General is required to do a cost-benefit analysis? So if they're suddenly unable to provide funding for the fluoridation equipment, then that would obviously potentially make it not cost. The cost-benefit analysis would obviously fail. So that would become unreasonable for the council to be asked to do such a thing.
Through your worship, the funding is there and the funding's available, and that's what this agreement is about. If council chooses not to take up this funding, my personal opinion is you won't be able to then go and say that that doesn't stack up on cost benefit, because the funding was there and council has chosen not to take it.
Thank you, and I'll also ask the Chief Executive to respond as well.
I think the question, thank you, Your Worship, so I believe the question was, have I considered whether the Director General has done the Director General's job? I haven't considered whether the Director General has done the Director General's job. I'm responding to a directive from the Director General that has been deemed valid, and my advice to this council is on that basis.
And just to point out, I know you had a question around it in writing, or where was the Director General's direction to us, and that is in our report on page 69, which is obviously the Director General's response to my original letter, which was asking for a delay.
Which part of that letter in particular are you referring to?
Oh, sorry, page 69. Are there any further questions? Councillor Patterson.
Just a science question, Madam Chair, if you give me a bit of leeway. Have we got chlorine already in our water supply? Okay. So what happens if you mix fluoride and chlorine?
I'm not a chemist.
Well, I asked Uncle Google. It's called chlorine trifluoride, which is an interhalogen compound. It's a colourless, poisonous, corrosive and extremely reactive gas. Just something to be bearing in mind.
Sorry, are there any further questions? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakuta, and for you, thank you very much for your report. Could I ask, has any that you're aware of ever done by ourselves or regional council, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, on the effects of our waterways and lakes once fluoride is introduced? Have there been any long-term plans or studies on fluoride anywhere that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, sorry.
Thank you. Could I have a second, supplementary? Could I ask, have we heard from Te Tato, from our partners, where they or the Lakes Board or Rural Board stand on this particular issue? Thank you.
Not that we're aware of, bearing in mind that this is a directive specifically from the Director General of Health to territorial authorities, to councils. So that is the communications channel there, although it's not much of communication, it has been a direction.
Thank you for your lenience, Madam Chair. Just following on from Councillor O'Brien's question, under our council priorities, which we established, authentic engagement and communication is one of our key priorities. What have we done as a council to tell our community that we're about to do this today?
Our Chief Executive will respond.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we will be, following your decision, we'll be preparing a communications to be released to the community. I want to be clear that today's decision isn't about fluoridation our water supply. The deadline for that is among the latest in the country, which is 28th of March 2025. Today's decision really is around securing funding so that ratepayers don't bear the burden of a directive that's come to us that we don't have any choice about implementing.
I have a subsequent question.
Just further on the community consultation, just bear in mind that this matter has come before Council and the Committee Infrastructure Environment a number of times already. We have openly in those committees shared where we are at, including the letter that we have contacted directly the Director General of Health in a letter from myself, which was specifically asking for an extension of time to the direction of implementation and also to the available funding until we could get a high degree of certainty, in particular around some of the legal action that has already been raised. So we have shared that journey publicly. Unfortunately, as part of that letter, we received a response, and that response was that no, there will not be an extension of time. And as has mentioned, the key issue before us today is that if we do not sign the contract for capital works, we will miss out on the funding, which will create an additional and unexpected $3 million burden on our community, which also we have not consulted them on. So that would be unexpected. And certainly in these times when we've been scratching around for money to deliver critical infrastructure projects. So I just want to emphasise that the action of fluoridating is yet to come. The only decision before us is due to the correspondence that we must reach the deadline of 30th of June.
Thank you. Can I just, one more subsequent question based on what you've just said and from the report that we've just heard. My understanding, if I get it right, is that we're going to need to start installing all of this come even July, August, for us to meet the deadline on the 28th of March 2025. Is that correct?
To allow reasonable time, yes. So we don't know what delays will happen through that, so to allow for that.
Right. So effectively, there is no room for consultation. We don't have time. There is no opportunity for us to talk to our community and say, guess what, today we made this decision, now you're stuck with it. Thank you. Sorry, I'll back off.
Thank you. And just to confirm, the decision, the council, unfortunately, as has been in the past, territorial authorities no longer have the decision to on whether we fluoridate or not, which we have been able to. I've been part of council and this has come to the table twice and it's been voted down. Unfortunately, that decision is entirely with the Director General of Health, who has made that decision for our community. And despite our request for extensions of time and to delay until we have certainty of concerns, you are correct, we have not had the opportunity to consult. But that could also be feedback that we provide to them, because actually there are communities across the country who were not consulted on being directed. And that is the unfortunate case when we don't have locally led decisions, if I'm honest. So we do have some questions coming up. We've got Councillor Waru and then we'll go Councillor O'Brien.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You referred me previously as a misrepresentation.
Sorry, what is your point of order?
Misrepresentation. You referred me earlier to page 69 of the DG's letter from Diana Safati. There's nothing in that paragraph that contemplates what would happen if we declined to take up the funding by the end of this month. And it may be that without funding, following the lead of the new government, which is defunding this project, that they may well, in fact, be required to reconsider whether their directive actually meets the cost-benefit sections of that Act. So
that is not a point of order. It was not misrepresentation. It's very clear on page 69. That was also what our Chief Executive was talking to prior. We'll move on with our questions.
It doesn't
Councillor
contemplate what would happen in the circumstance that we just described.
It's very clear. I'm not going to go over this. Councillor Waru.
Maybe a question for you, the CEO, Anaru. Just wondering, and I suppose seeking clarification and clarity really around the relationship between the funding agreement and the directive to fluoridate. Now, are you able to expand on that a little bit there, please?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, there is no relationship between the two, and what I'm seeking to do, and I've got a draft of the funding agreement in front of me, is to make sure there isn't any relationship between the two. So what that would mean is that we would secure the funding, we would carry out the works, and the decision around the directive would continue around any path of legal challenge that it goes through nationally. So if the legal situation changed, we wouldn't be bound by the construction contract in order to continue fluoridating, and that's my intention, to proceed in that manner.
Thank you. And so just for further clarity, there are no hooks or anything like that within the funding agreement that says once it's accepted that you are in the program, done and dusted. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Through your worship, the agreement is an agreement to complete the physical work. It's not an agreement to activate the physical works. So what I'm seeking from here is funding to complete the physical works in order to alleviate the risk that that burden falls on the ratepayer.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
And we'll take a final question from Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakuta. Through you. Sorry, may I just seek some clarification again? Apologies. So just a moment ago, you said that if we do not sign, the funding is gone. In the report, it says it is less certain. So could I just clarify? I appreciate the funding agreement says by the 30th, so I get that. But is that like a given that they've said the funding is definitely gone after the 30th of June? Or is there a little bit of guesswork here?
The letter says it's not guaranteed. So the funding is not guaranteed after that date.
We'll get the Chief Executive to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. So the wording is that it is less certain. However, given the time frame in which we'd need to act in order to carry out the works, the difference in time is a few weeks. So if the program to install this works commences in July, and we don't make a decision to, you don't make a decision to secure the funding at this point, we've only got a couple of weeks for us to secure funding from some other source before we need to commence the work anyway. So you're right that it isn't certain that there's no funding. Our advice is that it's less certain. What I'm bringing to you here is an opportunity to secure the funding. If we don't secure it, we'll have to...
Thank you. And could I just ask a supplementary to that? Thank you for your answer. I don't know if it clarifies a lot, but I appreciate your help. Previously, this council has voiced that we would be happy to comply with the Director General's instructions or order as far as, but with stopping before the fluoride was added to water. Now, forgive me, I don't remember our exact wording, but it was on a previous, I think, committee meeting. If we accept the funding, do we as a council still have an opportunity to stop the addition of fluoride, or is that part of the funding? This is basically it. The fluoride is added.
Through your worship, Councillor, that was what I was trying to say in response to Councillor Warrior's question. It is not the same. The funding agreement doesn't bind us to commence fluoridation. It binds us to installing the capital works. There'll be a subsequent point in which we can make a decision to activate the capital works and
thank you for that.
To the water.
And also just regarding funding, I would just politically, there are very strong signals from the government that they are reducing funding in areas, in a significant amount of areas. So given the only few weeks time frame, it would be extremely unlikely that we would find it elsewhere. So politically, all signals from government that they are also, like we have just done with our long-term plan, trying to find ways to reduce funding. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you once again. Very quick question, and this is probably a question for Una, if you wouldn't mind. In 1979, this council, or the previous Rotorua District Council, voted to discontinue fluoridation because our water was fluoridated before then. And that was based on the results of a referendum held in June of 1979. My question is, how long is a referendum legally binding for?
I think that's a very difficult question to put on them. Una has told me how young she was. It was very young. So I apologise. We may not be able to answer that currently. But Russell may.
Sorry, just to clarify, that was back in the days when councils could make the decision on fluoridation. That's not the case anymore. It's now the Ministry of Health. So, yeah.
Okay, look, there appear to be no further questions. I will move this, not necessarily happily, but Councillor Wang has signalled he'd like to second. But it would be very unwise for us to not take up the opportunity for funding when currently the Director General of Health has been very clear that the directive remains. $3 million is a significant amount. We have just in our long-term plan shifted 2.5 million from our aquatic centre to try and assist with core infrastructure projects for our community. I would much rather that we don't have to find an additional 3 million to fund what is a decision that has been taken off our hands, outside of our control. So if the funding is available, I would urge councillors to please also take the prudent decision to seek that funding, while noting that this is not a decision to fluoridate our water, which we are still in the process of seeing and observing the legal challenges that are happening across the country. So I open now for any comments regarding this. Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just repeating what you said, but to be clear, the direction to fluoridate the Rotorua Central and Rotorua East water supplies is issued pursuant to the Health Fluoridation of Water Supplies Amendment Act 2021. Council is legally obliged to comply with this direction. I don't see the wriggle room here. I think we need to get on with it.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you. As councillors, we have responsibilities to protect the health and wellbeing of our communities. Financial costs must never outweigh the health cost to our communities and environments. Plenty of evidence exists worldwide showing there are potential negative impacts on the health and wellbeing of humans and on the health and wellbeing of our environments, ecosystems and Indigenous taonga species. Of fluoride, of particular concern to iwi is that this directive and infrastructure funding does nothing to address concerns around the lack of monitoring of environmental impacts. If government was serious about addressing the dental health of our communities, it would have introduced a sugar tax or directed fluoride to be added to sugary drinks. Signing a contract to secure this funding, then building the infrastructure and then voting not to fluoridate our water is a ridiculous avenue to suggest taking. I disagree that we are powerless in this decision. We all have a vote, and if we listen to our community, the vote needs to be no.
Any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, where do I start? We were elected to look after the best interests of our people. Our people means everybody in this room, from young to old, out in the community. And they have a right to refuse medical treatment. It is a basic human right. It's in our Bill of Rights. We can say, no, this is not a pandemic. We are not about to be killed in the thousands by a virus that is requiring us to be vaccinated. That I could support. This I cannot support. It's not even that. When I was a kid, I grew up having fluoride tablets. I loved them. Every night I would go and have my fluoride tablet because I did them as lollies. We didn't get lollies when I was a kid, so consequently I never got a till I was 17 when I left home and started drinking alcohol and eating pizza. You know, because all that stuff I wasn't allowed to do because my parents raised me properly and they fed me on good, wholesome food, not the stuff. We are to blame for this mess with our dental problems, not our water. Our water, as Councillor Maxwell can testify, is the best water in Aotearoa. It is fantastic. We do not need to muck around with it. It is something we should be protecting and cherishing for our future generations. I'm appalled that the Director General of Health and the Minister have forgotten their first oath, do no harm. They haven't proven that this is safe, so therefore that's got to come in front. First, do no harm. Prove that it is safe, then maybe we'll accept it. But there's too many questions around this. And what about us? Our own community outcomes in the LTP, environment, Mauri Wai. We are committed to protecting and improving our lakes, waterways and forest environments. There's no research to say that this is safe. This is just unacceptable. What about our mokos? You know, formula-fed babies remain a subset of the population that is most at risk of consuming higher levels of fluoride relative to their body size. And that's from the Prime Minister's Chief Science Advisor. We've been down this road twice. It was turned down in a referendum. Councillor Maxwell will remember in 2014 when they turned it down because of, I quote from the newspaper articles, the issues were introducing fluoride to Rotorua's water supply was shelved, with councillors saying it was too expensive, too divisive, and could lead to costly court appeals. We could be exposing ourselves to a future where people 20 years from now will be pointing the finger back at us and going, you did this to us. You did this to my grandchild. You know, these are risks. It's too great for me. I cannot support this.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just a reminder, it was not us. The decision was removed out of our hands, but we take your points on board. Thank you. We've got Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Lee, and then Councillor Maxwell, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the staff who've done all the work to help us to understand this situation a little bit better, and who worked to try and get answers from the Director General on the basis of the safety of fluoride, which we didn't get adequate answers on, from my opinion, and I want to thank the community also that have actually been emailing and contacting us and organising meetings, signing petitions and presenting to Council, including Bay of Plenty Regional Council. I take on board your concerns, and as alluded to by other councillors, this is a very difficult position for the community to be in because they haven't had a say, and it's a difficult position for us as decision makers as well, because we are the people that are responsible for making this decision on behalf of our community, and it is easy to brush off this as not our decision. It's been made by government. And I would just like to raise a couple of points about that directive that is linked to this funding agreement, however loosely, in the fact that when a directive like this is made and we accept our funding agreement based on it, then we need to be really clear about. The first one, as has been mentioned by the councillors, is the safety issues around fluoride and the impact of developing brains in children. There, like Councillor Kiriopa said, there is significant evidence that has come out since the directive was made in July 22 that this substance actually does cause harm to developing brains. The body of evidence is strong. It is made by the National Toxicology Program, and this has actually been peer reviewed in May 2023. Now, these peer reviewers was a board of scientific councillors. There was 10 people with significant experience in toxicology, epidemiology, dentistry and neurodevelopment, and they have agreed with the outcomes of this report. So it adds extra weight to the concerns that are there and that were not addressed when we asked the Director-General to address our concerns as councillors in August 2023. They merely referred us back to the old research that they had been basing the directive on from 2014, excuse me, 2015 and 2021. That evidence has grown since, and that is one thing that I don't think has been actually covered off properly to justify making this directive. The second thing that I would like to address is the legal situation, which is so ambiguous and places us in this difficult position. If you were going to make a directive, I would assume that you'd like to be able to assure the communities that are going to be impacted, the 50,000 people in Rotorua whose water is going to have this substance placed in it, would really want to be sure, and we'd want to be sure on their behalves, that the legal matters are clear. We have a directive that I believe is being classified as an error in the first case, because the Director-General needs to justify the limitation of the Bill of Rights. And again, on the 24th of May, we have some decision from the High Court that says it is still valid. So it's in error and it's valid. I find this quite conflicted, and if we are to go forward, I would like the assurance that the Director-General can actually look at this information, the latest information that is available online in the public domain around the safety of fluoride, and actually does the work that is required by the High Court decision in February, or November, I beg your pardon. The government has put us as councils and local decision makers in an extremely difficult position, and I totally understand the risk that we run if we do not take the funding as directed or advised by advisors, and I can see why they've done that. Our community is struggling to make ends meet, so for the government not to allow the time to close off these important matters before we have to sign a funding agreement, I think lacks a little in the it's a little unreasonable. I'd just like to say that in closing, understanding and an analysis of the latest research and then the Director-General actually justifying the limitation of Bill of Rights, could any such thorough analysis by the Director-General actually provide justification for forcing a dental treatment on the entire community with the growing scientific evidence that it harms children's brains? I think it's quite a good time for us perhaps to ask the Director-General and the Ministry of Health on behalf of our community for more surety around the safety and the legal aspects of this. So I would actually prefer to pause for a little bit longer before we enter into agreeing to fund anything that has not really been justified properly in my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. I think we could take it as an action point to certainly go back to the Director General and ask of that certainty regardless of the outcome of this decision. I might just get the Chief Executive to comment on that as well. So just to clarify, we'll take that as an action point moving forward too.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Reflecting a lot of the comments that have been made around this table, I've tried to bring together a proposal here that is not seeking authorisation to fluoridate, and I want to be really clear about that. What we're seeking is a means for us to protect ratepayers from a cost burden that could come onto them as a result of us not securing funding. So I'm very clear, I'm not seeking authorisation here to fluoridate the water supplies. We note that there is a directive from the Director General of Health to fluoridate. I'm proposing that I bring that to you in due course, and for this council to make that decision about fluoridation. What I'm seeking today is a decision that allows us. So that just want to clarify the scope of what I'm seeking at this point, and the recommendations are worded in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got in this order Councillor Lee, Maxwell, and then we'll go Councillor Waru, and as a seconder you could have the final comment if that's okay. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Madam Chair, could I just defer a moment, and I'd like to hear from Councillor Maxwell first, please.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll come to you after Councillor. Councillor Maxwell.
Ka pai, can you hear me? Kia ora whānau. This weighty issue, fluoride, probably the first challenge when I first came onto council, my first year, 1977. And since then we've had 3 or 4 debates on this issue. So for me it's been over 40 years. So it's been around not only in our community, but and yes, Don, I remember in 1977 and 1999 that we, the committee at the time, decided we will not fluoridate our water. Can I add that the reason at the time, the reason I supported not putting fluoride in our water was I said at the time, and I still say it to this day actually, and each time it's come up, saying that this should be the responsibility of the Director General. And I thought, yep, and that's hence the reason each time the debate came up, that's where I voted. Now, of course, this issue it will divide not only our community, but many others. But for me, I'm going to keep my word. I will be supporting that we do our best to gain the funds that we're entitled to, but the main thing is that for me, I'm not an expert, but at least the Director General and the health authorities know more, personally, than I do. And after each time that I voted, clear conscience, I was going out like many others and just buy fluoride toothpaste and carry on at home, and so did my mokopuna. A lot has been said this morning, and I've been listening intently, and I appreciate all that's been said. Thank you, our CEO, for the comments, which I think that you've given us this morning, which have been really important. And early in the debate, I think it came from something, I wrote it down. What we do if we fluoride our water, it is, we go through this process, sorry, it is valid, it is not unlawful. So, I know, I say it again, It's the responsibility of the Director General and the Health Authority. I will be supporting the recommendations that they're on the table. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unprecedented circumstances require unprecedented response. And we do have an unprecedented situation here where the Director General of Health is currently in breach of a court order. She has failed to do a Bill of Rights assessment as directed by the court in November last year, and we're now in June. I would say that tells us that this Director General of Health has no intention of doing a Bill of Rights assessment. She has appealed the decision. The decision is going to be before the Court of Appeal next June. By then, we'll be fluoridating, because if we sign this funding agreement, we're on conveyor belt to fluoridation. We've already got the directive, which is valid, while unlawful at the same time. You know what? Sometimes governments make bad laws. Sometimes governments make unconstitutional laws. Sometimes countries have constitutions that don't stop governments from making bad laws. Section 11 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, where does that come from? That comes from Nuremberg. My parents' generation, when the Nazis were conducting experiments generation lesson. What was their lesson to our generation? Their lesson was informed consent. No woman would ever consent to that. Informed consent is what Section 11 of the Bill of Rights guarantees us, and the Supreme Court has told us in 2018 that the addition of fluoridation to a water supply is a breach of that right. So your wiggle room, Councillor Brown, comes from the fact that we have a government which is acting unlawfully. And if a government is acting unlawfully, unconstitutionally, then it is our duty to stand up on behalf of the people and defend their medical rights, their fundamental rights, which they can't do. So this stops with us, and it stops with us here, and it stops with us now. Now, I'm not going to suggest that we refuse to accept the Director General's offer of funding. What I'm going to suggest is that we simply defer a decision until next month. Contrary to what we've heard, I believe that the Director General has told us that funding is less certain. I would say that we need certainty before we make a decision. I'd like to help our central government to save some money. I suspect what's going to happen if we decline to accept the funding before the 30th of June is that we will not be required to build this fluoridation equipment with ratepayer money. Quite simply, the Director General's directive will become untenable because of the cost-benefit analysis that the Director General is required to do. And this was actually the world's easiest, the Council's easiest way to opt out of fluoridation. And why should we opt out of fluoridation? Because this is bad stuff. Let's stop calling it fluoride, shall we? Because there's no such thing as fluoride. Fluorine is the most reactive element in the periodic table. It reacts with anything. It's dangerous stuff. As Councillor Barker has said, the science is in. We've got 3 volumes sitting in the green room now. The Director General, the research, the scientific research, the latest scientific research out of the United States says it's a neurotoxin, it's comparable to lead. What the Director General of Health is asking us to do is the equivalent of providing lead pipes for our community. That's a big ask, Diana Safati. And I'm sorry,
Point of order, Madam Chair. Misrepresentation.
Sorry, is there a particular item or in
On the
general?
comments around the Director General of Health around lead pipes.
Okay, thank you. We just note that particularly for the lead pipes, but if you'd like to conclude your comments, Councillor Lee.
Yes, so the scientific information that's in the chamber compares the neurotoxic effects, which will reduce IQ in children by 7 points. It would simply be unconscionable for us to sit idly by and let this happen to our community. So I would invite any councillor who hasn't yet spoken to move a procedural motion asking us to defer a decision on this until after the 30th of June. And we will then get some clarity as to what funding is available at that time. And then with that clarity, we can make a decision.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Waru and then...
Excuse me, Your Worship. Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
I'd like to move under 25.2C that we postpone under the procedural motion of the standing orders, 25.2C that we adjourn for debate till next month. Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien, I have you noted down as already speaking to this matter?
Your Worship, sorry, that was during the question period, not discussion. I haven't spoken during the discussion period.
So just checking under procedural motions, you wish for it to lie on the table to your specified time of the next meeting?
Till the next full council meeting in July. Thank you.
Thank you. So a procedural motion is not, we do not have discussion or debate. We must simply ask for a seconder and then put that to a vote. So that's seconded by Councillor Patterson. We have been advised already by council staff on the implications of delaying. So we will put that, I will just give it a moment.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just ask, do we finish our comments first or?
Thank you. So just to clarify the process here, members are able to, under our standing orders, put forward a procedural motion. That motion in this case has been for this item to lie on the table and for the specified time of until next month's council meeting. The technicality of procedural motions are they are often used to end, conclude or move on a discussion because we are not able to have discussion on them. So as chair under the standing orders, we have received a seconder. And so I'll put that to the vote. I'm not sure we need to put it up yet, but just checking all councillors with that the procedural motion I'm about to put forward to the vote would be to lie on that this matter be picked up at the next council meeting. Understanding, of course, the advice that we've already received from staff is that there would be the risk of losing the $3 million of funding. So I would ask that we have a show of hands, to put it simply, a show of hands to support the procedural motion that this matter wait until next council meeting, which is after the deadline. All those in favour of this, please raise your hand. All those against, please raise your hand. And that has been lost by one vote. For those who cannot see, Councillor Maxwell voted against on Zoom. So the procedural motion has been lost. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien, for putting that forward. We'll now carry on. I have the final speakers of Councillor Waru and then Councillor Wang.
Kia ora e te manukura o tira tātou katoa. Look, as has been explained a number of times now by our CEO, this is a decision for a funding agreement. I personally do not agree with having something shoved down my throat that I don't want and I don't choose. However, also there were comments around making, looking after the people and everything, and some of the decisions of government. I mean, if they were truly, if the world was perfect, they'd just ban smoking. They'd ban drinking, they'd ban sugary drinks, everything like that, because that would have an instant impact on the health of our own health and our tamariki mokopuna. Unfortunately, there's the big players that work in government, and there are things that are sort of out of our control. We don't have that. What we do have is an opportunity here to ensure that we don't put any more pressure on our ratepayers than what's currently going to be put on them now. If you work it out, well, I could be wrong, but you know, we could go from 11%, and really, if you do the maths, it could be anything around close to 15%, maybe. Just chucking it out there. So this way, I think we're protected in terms of our being able to secure the funding. I am happy that you've explained. Well, I'm addressing our CEO, Anaru, around the difference between the funding agreement and the actual decision to fluoridate. That gives us time too, as well, in the process to get out there and put the word out and actually maybe put some kind of a collection of kōrero together to actually present to the Director General if we so choose to go down that track. So I'll be, kai te tautoko e ngā kōrero nei, I tautoko us securing the funding. However, I still stand on I don't tautoko the fluoridation. So let's see what happens when it gets there. Kia ora rā. Didn't come easy either.
Thank you, Councillor Waru.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw from the table at this time, noting that the quorum is 6.
You do not wish to take a vote for your community? We have one final speaker. That is your sole role as an elected member? Nope, okay. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the comments around the table. Thank you to the staff for providing your expert view on this and for all the advice that you have sought from the government and the Director General of Health. Again, I would like to reiterate that it's been mentioned many times before as well that Council is legally obliged to comply with this direction. And there may be some, you know, if there's some people around this table that feel comfortable around potentially adding on $3 million onto our ratepayers, a cost for the capital works, in addition to the potential $200,000 in fines and also another $10,000 per day after that, that is your choice. I do not want to put our community through that. I do not want to put that onto our council books. And if you want certainty around this whole process, isn't that what we're discussing now, to enter into this capital works contract with the Ministry of Health to provide that funding for the infrastructure? That would provide certainty, would it not? I'm quite baffled at this whole discussion. I'm glad that this decision has been put to the Director General of Health instead of us, because the Director General of Health can have access to those expert advice and opinions around this issue, and that is what they have done. That is what we have been directed to do now. I'm glad that they have that expert opinion and the advice to do this rather than using Dr. Google. I think one thing throughout all of this is that I've gone and talked to a lot of local dentists within our community, and what they have told me is that Rotorua has some of the worst oral health statistics in the country, particularly within our young people. And they have told me that I'm also very lucky to have a dentist in our family as well that has said more or less the same thing. It's quite horrific when they are the ones on the front line seeing that every day within our community, particularly within our young people. And so I think that in itself is a very clear reason for this direction from the Director General of Health. We, around this table, we're not chemists, we're not doctors, but we are here to follow the law, and that is what we have been directed by the Director General of Health to do. I'm in full support of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing, hopefully, the direction follow through, but especially around this issue, around the funding, I would like to see Council, we as decision makers, not potentially put this burden onto our debt and onto our ratepayers to have to fund this should it still follow through. So thank you, Madam Chair. Your Worship. Fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wang. We do have one councillor who is qualified in this area, but we do certainly take your feedback on board as well. Thank you very much to all of the councillors who have provided your feedback. We will now put this to the vote. I ask once again that you raise your hands, and apologies, I will just read it out.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? Does Councillor Lee's leaving of the meeting impact anything here?
It is very unfortunate that Councillor Lee has discharged himself from his duties as a councillor, which is of course to take a vote and represent the people. We now have 10 voting members here, so yeah, potentially it may come to a casting vote depending on the numbers, of which then I will have to make a final decision. So yes, of course, it is the expectation from us and also our community that elected members are here for the vote. And we do appreciate at times we can't be, but we also thank Councillor Maxwell for, although he's got a very busy schedule, and now so with the kapahaka, he is stepped aside so he can be here for these votes. But I will read out what we are about to vote on. Point 1, that the report Water Supplies Fluoridation Program be received, that Council note the response from the Director General of Health and the decision of the High Court that the direction to fluoridate the Rotorua Central and Rotorua East water supplies remains valid, that Council enter into a funding agreement with the Ministry of Health for the capital costs of implementing the direction, that Council award the contract and note that the total contract value falls within the Ministry of Health funding allocation for the full cost of the capital works, including professional services, that variations of up to 10% of the contract price be delegated to the Chief Executive, that Council delegate the finalisation of the funding agreement to the Chief Executive, and that Council delegate the finalisation and award of the contract to the Chief Executive. That's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang. I now ask all those in favour to please raise your hand. Any against? That has been carried. And for those who couldn't see, Councillor Maxwell on Zoom has supported that. Yes, Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct some of the a couple of comments that I think were directed at not the expertise in the room and not having any chemists and making inquiries by Google. I just would like to correct the record. I am a registered pharmacist and I did not use Google. Thank you.
I do apologise that there was a slip of mouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. Councillor Kiriopa. Yes, the votes are all recorded. Thank you. Yes, they are. Look, that concludes our fluoridation. It is just coming on 1 o'clock, which is the lunch break. So I do apologise to anyone who is here for the Springfield Golf Course lease. We will need to take our break now. It is for 1 hour, so we return at 2 p.m. And at that point, we will then take appointment of council representation to Lakes Community Board, then the lease for Springfield Golf Course, and then go into the remainder of our operational reports. So we will return at 2 p.m. Thank you. is 2 o'clock, so we will resume our council meeting today. We are now up to page 70 of our agenda, the appointment of council representation to Rotorua Lakes Community Board. We will then take the Springfield Lease paper and then go on to our operational reports. So I'd like to please ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Appointment of Council Representation to Rotorua Lakes Council Community Board 2024-25, moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Sorry, could I just remind you I will be raising an amendment at some point, so happy to take your advice as to when that amendment can be brought up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will just overview this report briefly and then ask for a mover and a seconder. At that point, you may raise an amendment if you wish. Board. However, due to a shift of priorities and also significant projects that he's also assisting us on, in particular the museum, thank you for your contribution there, we have looked to reshuffle some of the commitments. We are also aware that the Rotorua Lakes Community Board are very supportive of Councillor Fisher-Wang being appointed as the Rotorua Lakes Council representative. Now, for further context to this, the Rotorua Lakes Council representative is an important not only advocate but also communication point between what occurs at our community board meetings and also to the full council. So they will often have the opportunity to be able to convey back to council what the community board have been doing and also provide a council perspective at the community board meetings. Now, this is a decent commitment. Our community boards meet here in this building, but also often alternate between the areas that they represent, which is also the case for the Lakes Community Board. Councillor Fisher-Wang does have some experience, having been, it was for the Lakes Community Board, wasn't it? Rural Community Board representative in the past, but of course with his previous roles supporting environment and sustainability, he is very passionate in this area as well. So it's fairly straightforward. That has been my suggestion, to appoint Fisher-Wang as the council representative to the Lakes Community Board, and just confirm that I have had a discussion with the Chair, Phil Thomas, on behalf of the Rotorua Lakes Community Board, who are very supportive of this appointment and also very grateful for the contribution of Councillor Brown so far. So we now open up for if there is a seconder for this. So that's seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. Sorry, that was moved by myself. So we now open up for any questions or amendments if required. Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manukura. So I would like to move that the wording stay as is, except for the replacement of Councillor Fisher-Wang with Councillor Lani Kiriopa. Would you like me to speak to that, or?
So we'll just seek some advice on that.
No problem.
Apologies, Councillor O'Brien. I do appreciate you wish to make an amendment. What I have just been advised is because, unlike other amendments, this is specifically to appoint a person, and so we must put forward the vote of the specific person, and then if that is lost, of course you
Thank you. As I suspected, so I'd just like to note that if the motion is defeated, I shall bring forward my amendment. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any? Yeah, sorry, thank you. We're all sorted. So I do just ask if there are any questions. And because we do have a mover and seconder, I will ask for any comments at this stage as well if there are any. Councillor Waru.
Just a question, I suppose, seeking clarification around the the decision you've made, or the ruling. That's just, is that because it's in direct, I suppose, contradiction to, that it's a direct negative? Okay, thank you. Just clearing out my mind.
Are there any further comments to this? Councillor Brown.
I think the amendment that's been put forward makes it makes me quite uncomfortable. I recognise the value of both councillors. They're both very able. I'm struggling to how I would put one above the other. So I'm not sure that I've got a question, but I would just like to add that comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. The appointment of Councillor Fisher-Wang has the support of the Rotorua Lakes Community Board. Councillor Patterson.
Just a point of clarification, if you wouldn't mind, Your Worship. Are we discussing the merits plus or minus, or what are we doing?
No, that would definitely not be appropriate.
That's not appropriate, no.
No, apologies, this is usually a very straightforward process. However, Councillor O'Brien has, he does wish to raise an amendment of, well, sorry, it would be a new motion of somebody else if this was to fail. Have you still got a further?
I'm just not sure how we go about this. But how can you vote on something without discussing it and the merits of? I think it's awkward. Anyway, yeah.
So we are in discussion now, and the floor is open for any questions or any comments. Councillor Kiriopa.
I'm going to abstain from this vote just because it's an uncomfortable situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's understandable. Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I see merits, as Councillor Brown indicated, of both candidates. One thing that I will raise is, given Lani's position as a Māori ward councillor, it might be good to have the voice of the Māori ward constituents represented there, as well as everybody else's voice represented. That would be one of the benefits, whereas Councillor Wang has been in this position for many years now. So he has a lot of experience serving on boards, various boards, like he still is today with the Energy Charitable Trust, Rotorua Trust, and many other things that he's involved in. So both to me have merits, but the one thing that did make me think about Lani when this was first raised, Councillor Kiriopa, was the connection with iwi.
Thank you. Any further comments? And also just noting that my support for Councillor Fisher-Wang does include the fact that he is already in a leadership role as a Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, which of course has significant impacts in connection to the Lakes Community Board in particular, who are facing incredibly significant issues with both environment and infrastructure, and particularly with the high lake levels at the moment. So there appear to be no further. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. I realise the difficult position some councillors feel that they're in, but we're not here debating the merits of either of the councillors. It could have been any one of us that could have been appointed to this committee. I think what we have is a suggestion from the Mayor that Fisher-Wang be appointed to the Rotorua Lakes Community Board. It fits with his current role as the co-deputy of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and we've had the sewage systems and things like that that are reporting back into that committee. Given that in a normal situation the appointees would be mayoral appointees, as is normal under the delegations, this one I know is not, but we have had the Mayor move that, and so I'd be happy to support her in that. But that is not to say that we are making a direct decision to choose one councillor over another based on skills, but we have a suggestion from the Mayor, and I would like to support that decision.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kaifong. And just to, it is quite simple. The Rotorua Lakes Community Board themselves have asked for Councillor Fisher-Wang in this case. So we had not discussed the merits of any other councillor, and as is correct, the decision before us is just to whether you support or not both the Rotorua Lakes Community Boards and myself's suggestion of appointing Councillor Fisher-Wang. So there appear to be no further comments, so we will put this to the vote, that Council appoint Councillor Fisher-Wang as the council representative to the Rotorua Lakes Community Board. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you. And congratulations, Councillor Fisher-Wang. I know that the Rotorua Lakes Community Board, whom you have already attended their meetings, are looking forward to have you on board officially as well. Thank you. So we now move to page 73 of our agenda. This is the proposed reserve lease for the Springfield Golf Course. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? Moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favour to receive it, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. And we now invite Thomas Colley and Rob Pickethley to overview this report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mainly take the report as read. What we'll just briefly do is what we've provided you is a report that has a couple of options in it and a recommendation. One of the key aspects around some of the recommendations that are in front of you is that it does recognise that that is the largest piece of freeholding land that Council has. And in particular, we've got some work in front of us around PARs and sports fields provisions and alternative uses, and some challenges going into future LTP discussions. And what we are recommending is to give the council of the day and the community of the day the opportunity that there is a method with regards to exercising an alternative use clause. One of the aspects of that clause is it's directly tied to our significance and engagement policy, and in particular around consultation, therefore, whether it's either through an LTP or a special consultative procedure. And so there are some protection mechanisms there in place, but what we do want to do is give the golf club some certainty, as well as the community some certainty with regards to options going forward. With that, happy to answer any questions that the elected members may have.
Thank you very much. We open up for questions. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, I have here the Rotorua Urban Reserves Management Plan, which is referred to in the agenda. It says here that the policy pertaining to the Springfield Golf Course is that the Springfield Golf Course shall continue to be leased in its entirety as a golf course to the Springfield Golf Club. Why is your recommendation not consistent with Council's own policy?
If I can address that, that reserve management plan is actually well past its renewal date, and the intention would be that through the reserve managed plan renewal, we would address just that issue. It doesn't have to be consistent in terms of going through a renewal process, and that there would be plenty of opportunity to address that, whether that is appropriate or not, through the reserve plan renewal. We do renewals on reserve plans and parts of reserve plans at multiple times.
So it is inconsistent with the policy. Okay. Back in 2014, the Springfield Golf Course was zoned reserve. How did it manage to get changed to residential zoned without a public consultative procedure?
I think my colleague Jean-Paul Gaston can answer that with regards to the work through the district plan.
Through you, Your Worship, long explanation is that during the district plan review, which kicked off in the early 2000s, there was a view there that the protections provided under the Reserves Act were sufficient on key bits of reserves or associated with the fact they were being treated like reserves. We had in the district plan a zone called Reserve Zone. The intention of that reserve zone was to protect the adjoining landowners. So it was a special zone to set up performance standards around things like noise, for example. When they did the review of the district plan, they chose to include the adjoining zoning to replace the old reserve zone to have exactly the same effect, to protect the standards like noise from the adjoining residents. So it was considered at that time to have had no material impact and was not therefore individually notified to the multiple reserves within that process.
It wasn't publicly notified, so that would seem to be a clear breach of Section 82 of the Local Government Act, because obviously for something as significant as this, it should have been consulted on, shouldn't it?
Sorry, can I just correct you, Councillor?
Sure.
It was notified as part of the district plan. So the district plan notification was undertaken as required under the statute, under the RMA.
But the public weren't consulted, the public weren't notified, the public didn't know anything about it, neither did the golf club.
The public was aware of it because it received its statutory notification.
Well, I've not met one person that's heard of that.
Councillor Lee, just a reminder, questions are to come through myself as the chair.
How long has the council been planning the demise of the Springfield Golf Course?
That's a very inappropriate question to ask, and it would certainly be misrepresentation. In fact, I think the mere fact that we have this before us to renew the lease significantly earlier than possible shows that actually this council has been incredibly supportive of not only removing it as being designated the Westbrook precinct, but also in ensuring that that club, as they had asked, and that community, as they had asked, have the certainty of a renewed lease.
How then do you explain Councillor Charles Sturt telling the newly elected Councillor Kumar that the lease of the Springfield Golf Club was not going to be renewed back in 2016?
Councillor Lee, it is incredibly inappropriate
Point
to
of
bring
order,
up
Madam
councillors
Chair,
who
it's
have passed away. Please show some respect.
Is it a not evidence of predetermination on behalf of the golf club that the repurposing of the Springfield Golf Club was signalled in the 2018 spatial plan?
Councillor Lee, I think you've missed the point. Before us today is the opportunity to renew a lease for the Springfield Golf Course. This has come forward because this council is supportive of that happening. What is before us today is a recommendation to approve a new lease for 33 years. And the recommendation also about 3 years written notice during the first 3 years and 12 months notice thereafter. And that, if it is determined, I'm just reading the recommendations for those who haven't had the opportunity to see them yet. If it is determined that following the appropriate public consultation, the land is required for an alternative use, and that council agree to the inclusion of a compensation clause in the draft lease should the lease be terminated in accordance with the alternative use clause. And that would help to, continue to quote, for the fair value of any investments in the golf course subject to the infrastructure having been previously agreed to by the council. So please, if you have questions that are relevant to the golf course lease and the terms on which we are trying to confirm at this council meeting, that is the most appropriate discussion we should be having today.
Did the previous lease have a guillotine clause in it? Sorry, what is it? An alternative use clause?
No, the previous lease did not have that specific clause.
Right, so wouldn't an alternative guillotine clause have the effect of...
Yes, sorry, stop, please.
I think it's a bit of disrespect in terms of the council process and procedure for the, whatever that is.
Sorry,
doesn't the guillotine...
we do just remind you to please act respectfully, but you may continue your questions through myself as the chair.
Doesn't the guillotine clause undermine the security of tenure of the club, such that you could not really call it a lease anymore.
Of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
It's
What
not
is
a
your point of
guillotine
order?
clause. I think that's a misrepresentation. Could we please refer to it in the legal terminology of an alternative use clause as per the recommendation?
Thank you. We take the point of order of misrepresentation, but you may continue on your discussion regarding the alternative use clause. Sorry, your questions.
The previous leases that were done under the, I guess, the Reserves Act had quite long tenure. And what many councils across the country are facing is that they have pieces of land, freehold in particular, that are locked up for quite lengthy periods of time and doesn't give the community and the councils the opportunity at that time to consider alternative uses. And what we're seeing across the country, and in particular we've followed on from what's currently happening in Tauranga City Council with theirs, is following a bit of a template set about by them and from the lawyers that we've engaged as well with regards to modernising our leases to reflect the fact that in these days things do change a little bit more fluidly and faster, and recognising that with the right engagement with the community, it gives the council and the community of the day a flexibility to choose alternative use for land that they hold freehold.
And I'll also just ask the Chief Executive to provide further response as well, please.
Thank you, Worship. And just to highlight what Mr. Kolea said is that the two provisions in the alternative lease clause, a council decision and a public consultation, are high bars that would need to be crossed for this clause to be activated. It's absolutely not something that would be within staff control, and that's one of the reasons this has been brought forward to the council, to understand both the significant current importance of the current use, but also the potential future that other councils might consider.
So the first lease that the club had with the council in 1966 was a 33-year lease. That gave the club security of tenure. They were able to go to the bank, they were able to borrow money to pay off the clubhouse over that extended period of time. The bank was able to lend them money because of security of tenure, and yet you're really not offering the club security of tenure going forward with something like 5 to 6 kilometres of underground plumbing to deal with. How can the club operate without security of tenure?
Councillor Lee, look, we get that you feel very strongly about this issue, but that's not a question for staff to answer, and it's really not a question. Do you have any further questions? We have a number of other councillors I'd like to get to.
How can the club operate without security of tenure? How is that not a question?
I direct you to the recommendation number 4, that if it should be terminated, that there will be a requirement for council to compensate the leasee for the fair value of any investments of the golf course, subject to the infrastructure having been previously agreed to by the council. Do you have any final questions before I move on to the other councillors?
Not for the time being. Thank you, Mayor.
We have, in this order, Councillor O'Brien, Patterson and then Barker.
Thank you to Manukura, through the Chair. Thank you both for your reports. If you don't mind, Your Worship, I might try change tack slightly from the previous questioner. Could I ask if the proposed lease in front of us today, recommended, goes ahead, if we approved it today, when would be the earliest date that the club could be closed if council chose? So the current lease, I believe, expires in 2027. So the new lease would start from that date?
So I guess that would depend on this council if it identified an alternative use and went out and consulted with the community on that use and got feedback, then they could issue the 3-year notice period. So that is within your council.
Thank you. So sorry, could you give me a date, a year? So the current new lease would start in 2027 when the current one expires, would that be correct?
Well, or from now if the golf club wished to exercise that earlier, yes.
So you're saying, sorry, just so I'm absolutely clear for the members, for myself, the whole shebang. If we pass the recommended proposal in front of us, we could get basically the lease could be terminated within 3 years. That's possible? 3 to 4 years, probably more realistic, 5?
I think, Council, coming back to the clause, I mean, there are no plans or intentions. And
I didn't ask that with all due respect. Sorry, could I have my question asked?
Yes, Council.
Because that's of the vital...
If you let him, please, if you let him finish.
So this is in the hands of you, Council. So if this Council decides that it wishes to explore an alternative use for that golf course, then we would measure that against our significance and engagement policy and start engagement with the community on that. And then you would deliberate and make a decision on that. And if you make that decision, then yes, this clause could be exercised and give 3 years notice. And the power is in your hands as the councillors through that process.
Thank you. So I think that answers. So we're looking at possibly 3 years. Thank you.
I think we do need to make the point that nobody here is looking at 3 years. However, if it was a decision, which I believe would need to be mutually agreed upon as well and need community consultation, then that would trigger the point. The intention is very clear of this council to renew a lease for 33 years. The current lease expires in 2027, and it specifically mentions in the lease that there is no right of renewal. But this council has not only not waited until the usual period, which is closer to the 2027, to provide the community that certainty, we've brought it forward. And so 33 years is what we are deciding on.
Sorry, I would just make the point. Sorry, it's just been clarified. The 33 is a misnomer. You can make it 333. For clarification, the club could very well be closed by 2030. Should a council, this council or a future one, make that determination? So the 33 is somewhat of a misnomer, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your report. Speaking of which, under recommendation point 3, the land is required for an alternative use. What is meant by that? What specifically is an alternative use?
Exactly what the word alternative means, Councillor, and that is up for you, the council, to decide, or the council or the community in the future.
Okay, so not specific. Right. Under background on page 74, this is a good one. A subsequent decision has been made by the council not to progress the Westbrook Sports Precinct, and staff were subsequently directed to prepare a new lease for the Springfield Golf Club. At what council or committee meeting was that decision made?
The sports field progression was a number of years back, from memory.
Yeah, that's correct. And then there was also changes to annual plan and long-term plan to remove the capacity for that.
So I'm confused. The Chief Executive just stated that any decision along these kind of lines would have to be brought to this council to make a decision. We were never given the opportunity to make a decision on removing the Westbrook Sports Precinct. There was no vote, nothing ever happened. It just, we were told that the vote wasn't required. It's just been removed from the long-term plan. Well, we're the elected members. Aren't we the ones who are supposed to decide that?
Yes, and that's exactly what we did in developing the long-term plan that we've just been through. So at no time did this council say, please keep in the Westbrook precinct in there. In fact, we gave very clear direction to our staff and the previous chief executive, actually, so it might be a bit difficult for Andrew to answer this one, that we not only wish the Westbrook precinct to not be in the long-term plan and no longer going ahead, but that we did wish to see the Springfield Golf Course lease renewed as soon as possible and before the usual time period, which normally would have fallen in about 2026, which I think was the previous response to, of course, members of the community who had wanted this to be renewed in the past.
Thank you for clarifying that. I found the process a bit odd. I think I've raised this before, that a significant decision like the Westbrook Sports Precinct, which was potentially millions of dollars, we didn't actually get to vote on that, but okay. So the lease term, under the title of lease term, it says any lease term over 10 years requires the approval of the appropriate council committee. The initial lease offered, I believe, was 33 years. So at what committee meeting was that lease approved to be presented to the club?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe we haven't. I believe we're bringing this matter to this council to get authorisation, as we've discussed. And to clarify my earlier comments, they were related to these clauses. So these clauses require council to specifically make any decisions on this lease. I wasn't referring to any previous decisions that were made by previous councils.
No, what I'm getting at, sorry, again, I'm confusing you. I'm sorry about that. There was a lease presented by this council in our name to the Springfield Golf Club with a 33-year term included. None of us had an input into that lease, so how did that get presented?
So the Chief Executive asked us to, on Council's request, to engage with the golf club with regards to the early renewal of the lease. It is very common for us and not appropriate to include councillors into the lease negotiations discussions. We engage professionals and in particular lawyers, and we started those discussions, I think, around Christmas, January. And we're at now the point where we are able to present the draft lease to you and with the clauses, and we're asking you to make a decision on that.
And so if I could further add to this, because there has been some legal advice given as well. So this is the appropriate process of things. So we directed the staff to do something as part of the long-term plan creation. They went and done that, but to protect the, quote, integrity of the decision under the Local Authorities Act, councillors should not be involved in the negotiations of that lease, because it'd be very likely that it could be challenged in the High Court. So we, as usual process and best practice, will not be involved in the negotiations. So what has happened is that has been undertaken as appropriate. It has come to the council, which it has done now, and then we make a decision on how the council wishes to land that. And then, of course, they will need final sign-off by the golf club themselves. If there are any changes to that, it will keep going back and forth until we can eventually land on a agreed new lease.
Right, well, thank you for clarifying that. I just needed to get that straight in my head. And then the feedback from the club from that first presentation that was done, it's kind of referred to in the report, but where is the option which they requested? Did they request an option to be considered?
That is option 2. We got feedback with regards to tenure over the 10 years, and so that is the option 2 that sits there with regards to providing them with that 10 years, and then on the renewal having the clause in effect to ensure that the community and the councils of the future have the ability to make future decisions that are across the community.
Right. Okay, well, thanks very much for clarifying that.
Thank you. We now move to Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a clarification really for anyone who might be listening around the relationship between the golf course and any potential other open spaces requirements over the next few years, short, medium and long term. Can you give us any sort of more detail around where we're sitting and the likelihood of needing more sports fields or not, and what their timeframes are? Is that part of this conversation or no?
The workshops prior to the long-term plan with council discussed the play, active, recreation and sport strategy, which will be coming back before you soon, and also the work that went into that around the network plan and excuse me, sports fields and recreation space supply and demand. We, with Titoki coming on in the long-term plan, that will meet our short-term deficit that we currently have. However, in probably the next 5 5 to 10 year period, we will be needing to do more investment into our sports field network, and that can be done through land or trying to improve the facilities we've got to increase the amount of supply that they can that they can deliver for our sports fields. So yeah, we do have a need, and there's a spatial component to that as well. According to the FDS, our first needs are probably going to be in the Nongataha area for fields while we strengthen our existing inner city network. But as the FDS moves into intensification, then in the central part of the city, we will need more capacity.
Thank you, and that's sort of a bit further down the track by the sounds of it. Thank you.
Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, through the chair. Process is not my strong point, and but I would like to signal that at the appropriate time, if you can support me to understand when that is, I'd like to put forward an amendment to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get through a few more questions if that's okay. So we have Councillor Brown and then Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Your Worship. Option 2 on page 75 is what the club has asked for. Is that correct?
The legal advice given to the club was that a 10-year minimum term should be what they are seeking.
Which seems reasonable. Is there anything that we need to understand why we wouldn't put that forward as the recommended option if that's what they want and we think that's okay?
No, look,
is there something?
I just link it to some of those other questions, and I think Councillor Barker, the PARS work will kind of inform the community discussion around sports fields provisions going forward. It's very likely at the next LTP in 3 years' time, the council of that day, one of the cornerstone discussions will be around probably sports fields provisions for our community into the future. And there'll be probably some options that are floated around that, and that'll form a cornerstone discussion. By putting the alternative use clause in there, it gives the community and the council of the time flexibility, because obviously having land locked up for a 33-year period and a 15-grand lease, and then having to go and buy land on the free market to buy land for sports fields, and weighing the two off is a difficult one. And so this gives that flexibility and that option. The reality is, though, as part of that LTP, it's likely that if a decision is made that we need to invest more into sports fields, those sorts of investments are in the latter years of the period. So with regards to the overlap of that and giving the golf club 10 years of certainty, and then in the following 11th year having that alternative use clause come into effect, that is workable.
Thank you. I think that answers my...
Chief Executive to also respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to perhaps give more insight into the thinking around what the initial proposal was we've identified through the long-term plan that there hasn't been a lot of investment or planning done in terms of sports fields, and I believe that information is coming to you soon. So in order to find the balance between a council that does not have much strategic assets, and this forms a large portion of any liquidatable or any alternative use sports provisions we have, we're trying to find a balance about giving council, as the representatives of the public, the opportunities to access the alternative uses that might arise out of this particular piece of land. We don't have any plans in the next long-term plan over the next 10 years to redevelop this, but I was just trying to find a balance about protecting future councils' democratic decision-making around options. So it's really up to this council to determine to what level you bind future decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, kia ora, Rob, kia ora Thomas. Couple of questions. First question is, when the I suppose, discussions were being had between council and the club. You know, 2027 is a while away. Was there any, I'm still not up to date with the reasoning as to why we would have these discussions at this point in time? Was there a particular reason?
If I can answer that, Madam Chair, the club wrote to us asking us to bring forward a new lease, please.
Yeah, I understand that, but within that, the corridor that you've had so far, asking for you know, a lease discussion and wanting to get to do it early, there must have been some kind of, well, this is how I'm looking at it, what had they indicated they wanted to do more capital improvements or something like that? What was the actual reason? Because it's quite unusual from my point of view to go this early into a new lease discussion.
There wasn't specific discussion on accelerating the timeline, but there was discussion around capital investment, you know, irrigation systems and things like that. So there certainly is an intention, from my understanding, from the club to do some investment.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Kia ora.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a number of questions, if that's okay. So given there's no right of renewal, if we do not renew the lease, then come 2027, then the golf course would simply just revert back to council?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Secondly, the PARS Play Active Space discussion around looking at future sports fields requirements, that is not due to come back to council till when? In the next I&E committee meeting, I think, in September, October?
Yes, that's correct. It's my understanding is that it's on the August agenda for I&E.
Okay. In the paper, we have a proposal which has been put forward by council lawyers, which was a draft sort of opening lease to the golf club, and we've had a response from the golf club's lawyers, but we haven't been directly engaging with the golf club, so we haven't quite concluded all the negotiations. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, we've asked the club for their feedback on the proposal, and they've provided their lawyers' letter that was to the club. They've provided that to us as their feedback.
Okay. So in the paper, the original lease was predicated on the alternative use clause being able to be invoked within the time frame that council had suggested. And if it is to be invoked in the time in which the golf club has suggested, which would be at the end of year 10, so effectively year 11, then, as I take it in the paper, that lease rental cost against evaluation would need to be re-evaluated.
I might, through your worship, I might just take that. So we haven't, just to be clear, we haven't had a detailed back and forth with the golf club precisely because we wanted to bring this to council and get some direction before moving forward in detail. It's perfectly reasonable based on council's direction for us to go back and do a bit more back and forth and then come back to council with a report that meets the direction that you've got but also satisfies the golf course. So aspects like a renewed lease, a revised lease payment terms based on the clauses in the contract is exactly the sort of discussion we would need to have with them.
Thank you for clarifying that. If I could just, I think, well, it's probably more of a comment, but I think this is where I was trying to get to, and that we're still very much in a negotiation phase, and I don't know what the proposed amendment might be, but I'm just signalling that I'm wondering if we should, is there an appetite to just kind of give some directions as to what might be within the parameters of the negotiations, and then ask the CE to go away and do this rather than trying to do a negotiation in public without the advice of lawyers, valuers and the golf club being at the table?
I would say that's certainly acceptable from a staff perspective. So
just to clarify then, for elected members, There has been a recommendation put forward before us from staff who have been so far involved in the conversations with the golf club. If there is anything other than the recommendation that's before us that will require, as you've mentioned, that time for further negotiations, legal advice, if the term's longer, then of course the rental valuation will also need to be assessed. So just to clarify, if there's anything other than what's currently there, there will need to be more time, and we won't finalise it until the golf clubs have an opportunity to consider that, and then it comes back to us again at a public council meeting. Yes, Councillor Waru.
Thank you for your indulgence at the Manukura. Just one last question. So this, or these resolutions, or this resolution is really, as our CEO has mentioned, something as a starting point to go and start negotiations. This is not the be or end all of the kaupapa here. So that's correct in my I'm correct in my thinking?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Just checking, did you have any further questions?
I just did have one, which was just around the significance and engagement policy. To trigger the alternative use clause, you've mentioned that you would need to go out to consult with the community about whatever the alternative use is, seek community feedback, and then have a council resolution based on that feedback and council debate around what the eventual, whether or not that clause was triggered or not. And so if we were just to simply renew the golf course for a term of 33 years with no rights of the alternative use clause, would that not in itself trigger the significance and engagement policy to the community, given that we're now going to tie up potentially a $30 million or more asset for 33 years?
I might say we haven't really looked into that. I might just say that's a good question and leave it at that. We haven't really considered that at this stage.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien, you had a further question?
Thank you, Te Manukura. I'm just seeking, clarification, because, I got a little bit lost in the replies to Councillor Waru. So, we have recommendations up there. Now I'm hearing that we're sort of like a guide between us, if we accept it, between us and the club. Is that... Forgive me, I didn't quite pick up how you answered Councillor Waru's question.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Councillor, in the, I guess, in the purpose of the paper, it says the purpose of the report is to seek approval from Council to offer a new lease to Springfield Golf Course Incorporated for the land comprising the Springfield Golf Course, and the recommendation some specifics around what that offer might include. And so I would not expect that as a result of this council meeting the lease is concluded and done and dusted. I expect that it would go to the golf course, would have further discussions, and it would come back to this council for further discussion or sign off before it was final.
So even if we pass, the recommendation is up there now, the 33 years, but with the clause that it may be terminated. What happens if they come back and say, no, thank you? Have we not already made that decision as a council? So you're saying there's still room for us to then come back and for us to change what's been put forward? Because surely a vote's a vote, isn't it? That's how we've normally acted. You've put a...
Yes, Councillor. The decision would be the decision to offer, and that would not change if the golf club came back with an alternatives. What I would then do, staff would then do is process those alternatives, give you some advice, bring it back here and say, you resolved to offer this, we did, this was the feedback, here's some advice on the alternatives, and would go again. So the subsequent meeting wouldn't change what you decide at this meeting, it would be further informed by.
So forgive me, so the lease that has already been presented to them, why was that not done the same way so that we seem to be round and round in circles here for a very strange process, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think it has been explained, but there are a lot of questions confirming that, so we have
Oh, absolutely, no, that sums up this council to a T, thank you.
But I just wanted to reiterate, though, that there is necessity in these processes of elected members not being part of those negotiations to protect the integrity of decisions. So it's very clear that a council decision could be challenged in a high court by way of judicial review on grounds that could include an assertion that decision making has been tainted by predetermination or a conflict of interest on the part of one or more of the decision makers. So this is why lease negotiations occur on the direction of council, but not directly through council, because we are ultimately the decision makers. So it comes back to us for a decision after negotiations. I'll just check my question. Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you for your indulgence, Te Manukura. It says decision required. So aren't we supposed to be decision, move on? I'm confused, the process, and here we are getting involved in this process, which from what you've just been saying, we shouldn't be involved in this process. It's how I thought this would be the end. You know, we would, at the end of negotiations, there would be a final lease presented to the council to authorise or not.
Yes,
and that would be the end of it.
No councillor should have seen that lease yet. That lease has not yet been presented to council. The terms of the lease are currently before us, but when we agree to that direction today, the staff will then take that to the club will accept or not, and then the final lease will come back to us for final approval. This is currently just an offer for the terms and conditions within the lease.
Okay, I do find this odd, but that's okay. I'm a newbie. I can learn. I do have a question though. I did ask when this first initial lease was presented, what was the response from the golf club? And you said the 10-year. Was that their actual first response, or was that one from their lawyers?
A draft lease that had been prepared was presented to the club in January. They came back with concerns about a number of points. The main concern was around the alternative use clause, but there was a number of other points that were relatively minor or clarification comparing the new lease to the old lease. It was things were still there, but they would said in a different way or under a different clause number. There were some alterations made then to the alternative use clause and went back to the club, and then they have responded with a legal letter to that.
Right, okay, I get that now. Thank you for joining the dots for me. And I just have one final question, which was taken from the minutes of the Ngāti Whakaue Gifted Reserves meeting when they were discussing the ProDrive lease. And I know that that's a separate issue. However, the comments made about the Rotorua Golf Facilities strategy, it says, identifies that the diversity of the golf network is low and recommends Golf New Zealand, the clubs and facilities work towards creating more course and golfer diversity to sustain the golf network across Rotorua. The retention would at least maintain the existing diversity of golf offerings in Rotorua. So are we applying the same judgment, the same policy direction to this as that?
The golf network strategy basically said that the diversity in Rotorua is low, with 3 18-hole golf courses in town and the 9-hole courses being out of town, and a limited number of driving ranges. The Ngāti Whakaue decision was around the driving range, which was to say, yes, the network plan says we need driving ranges. This consideration of this doesn't actually increase the diversity of the network. It would maintain it as at the level that it's at.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Barker and then we'll go to Councillor Maxwell. Yeah, we'll take you soon, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it was just clarification, and I wonder if we do go down the track of making a resolution that maybe number 2 should be the council offer a new lease rather than approve, as part of clarifying what we're actually doing, but also clarification around at what point officers are actually allowed to offer a lease. It's 10 years, or is the point where this also needs to be brought back to council, and is this part of why it's sitting in front of us today, because that possibility has been raised?
That's correct. Under a variety of reserve management plans we have, which we will note are dated, there is a delegated authority in those reserve management plans, provided that the activity meets the purposes for those reserves in the plans, for the staff to be able to go to a lease to negotiate through to a 10-year term. After that, any lease needs to come before the council for approval.
Councillor Maxwell. Sorry, just unmute Councillor Maxwell.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you. Aroha mai, I have to leave soon to do a presentation down at the venue, but listening to everything, I do support the Springfield Golf receiving a long lease, and I support the best option forward, but I think I heard you say, Andrew, something's going to come back. It's still in negotiation, so I've just given those kind of indications and that, but aroha mai, I have to leave now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell. We note that, and we wish you all the best with the Kapahaka Nationals, I believe, in Nelson. Thank you. For those who can't see, he's just done his best pukana to us. Thank you. In case there are, just let me know if you have any further questions, but I do have some as well, actually, that have not already been raised. And it's just regarding any alternative use of portions of the golf course to help to mitigate flood risk. So unfortunately, evidence shows, and we are aware that there is increased flood risk of the Utahina stream, which I believe also is now on the limb reports of all of the homes surrounding or on the edges of the Utahina stream. And there is, of course, the Bapeni Regional Council's evidence and reports that show that Ohinemutu would be at flood risk and, dare I say it, needing managed retreat in the future. And so, being the only green space in that area, has that been taken into consideration as part of requiring an alternative use of part of the golf course in future?
I think, Your Worship, you've described maybe one of the things that council could describe into the future as an alternative use. So it could be sports build provisions, it could be that, or it could be something else, which is why we've kept the wording flexible so the council of the day can determine that. But yes, that could very well fall into that category of alternative use.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a clarification on option 2. I thought I heard you say, Rob, that the club had suggested a minimum of 10 years. Did they suggest the alternative use clause, or was that not part of what they said in their letter?
The letter from the club said that the alternative use clause would limit their ability, to be secure for investment, and that a minimum term of 10 years would provide better security. They didn't. It wasn't a 10-year and minimum use. It was a reference in the letter purely around security and how we could, what would be the options for the club gaining that higher level of security.
think that answers the question. Thank you. A trite question, but you're talking about... no, I won't ask that question. Thank you for the time being.
Councillors, our questions, oh, sorry, we'll come to you shortly, Councillor Kaifong. Our questions do appear to be coming. Sorry, did I miss something?
Sorry, Your Worship. Just a quick question to, I guess it's to Una, just around the process. So, it seems like there are, possibly a few amendments that will be raised around the table, but just to provide a clear direction around the process for this, around amendments and procedural motions and whatever it may be. Are you able to speak a little bit about that?
Hang on, I was just about to raise this as well, because we do seem to have said all our questions. So I'd just like to try to see what the best way forward will be, incorporating the feedback that we've had through the questions. So if you just give us a few minutes, sorry. Actually, sorry, we are just about at our 6-hour limit and requiring a mover and a seconder. So what I'll do is I'll just ask for a mover and a seconder understanding orders to exceed 6 hours. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Patterson. And what we might do right now is just take a quick 5-minute break while we quickly seek some advice on the next steps forward. So just 5 minutes if you'll bear with us. Very much for that short break. It has allowed us to find a way forward. So there has been signalled by Councillor Kiriopa that she wishes to make an amendment, but what we'll seek to do is Councillor Kaifong has signalled that she'd like to propose moving a motion with an amendment. So if you would like to...
Point of order?
Not an amendment.
Sorry.
So I was going to ask...
Sorry, what's your point of order?
I would like to move a procedural motion. We've lost...
sorry,
yeah.
We do, for an amendment and both a procedural motion, we do need a motion on the table,
yes,
which we're about to put forward, and then we can, we'll need to take your procedural motion first and then an amendment, if that's okay. So we'll just get a motion on the table that has taken on board the questions and the feedback we've been received already. Councillor Kaifong.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that indulgence. I know Councillor Kiriopa has signalled an amendment, which I assume was to the proposed resolution up there, and I'd like to propose a different motion, given that we've had a lot of discussion and debate around what the proposed terms should or shouldn't be. And so my suggested motion is that Council directs the CE to commence negotiations to offer a 33-year lease with an initial term of between 3 and 10 years before the alternative use clause is activated, and such terms and conditions of a final lease be approved by Council at a subsequent date. I'd like to move that.
Thank you. I'd be happy to second that. I think it takes on board the feedback that we've heard that perhaps 3 years is not enough, but also that some councillors would be comfortable with 10 years. But what that will do is very clearly we're not getting strong support or a clear signal for what was up there. So what Sandra has proposed, which we will get staff just to type up so everyone's of the same understanding, allows the negotiations to continue but be a lot more open than what has been originally recommended. So we'll just take a moment to get that up on the screen, and then Councillor, you would like to put a procedural motion, so if you still wish to, we'll take that then. Thank you.
It's my second one. 1.5. Did you want some?
Sorry, just going to correct it slightly. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. It's important we get this right. And I do acknowledge that we still have procedural motions and amendments to come. Okay, councillors are ready. We will get back into it. Thank you very much. So I'll just read out what we do have for those who are also live streaming. That council direct the chief executive to commence negotiations to offer a 33-year lease with an initial term of between 3 to 10 years before the alternative use clause is activated, and such terms and conditions of a final lease be approved by council at a subsequent date. There has been a procedural motion.
Not yet.
Oh, my deepest apologies. I've had the good advice that procedural motions do require 2 people to speak for, 2 people to speak against before we put it. So perhaps would you like to speak to this first, Councillor Kaifong?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps if I just speak to it just to provide some thinking or rationale as to why we've come back to this. So we have an initial proposal from staff in the paper to offer a 33-year lease with 3 years before the alternative use clause is activated. We've heard through the paper that the golf club has come back through their lawyers suggesting that they be offered an initial term of 10 years before the alternative use clause is activated. So what I'm proposing is that they'll bring those two together. We don't do the negotiation here in public, but we give sufficient direction to the CE to go back and be able to negotiate directly with the golf club, to know that he has the, I suppose, guidance from the council to offer a 33-year lease, and then it is up to him to negotiate somewhere between 3 and 10 years. So that's 3 is the initial opening bid from the council and 10 from the golf club before the alternative use clause is triggered, and that the final terms and conditions of such lease would then come back to this council for final sign-off, so that by the time it comes back to this council, effectively all of the negotiations should be done and dusted. The CE has sufficient direction in terms of where we were with the timing of the alternative use clause being triggered, and removing all the other things that are in the paper around significance engagement, further council decision, etc., around the activation clause are still extant. So I think this is a good starting point for us. Otherwise, if we don't give direction for the CE to commence some kind of negotiation and bring this lease forward, then the other option is that this doesn't come back to council. We end up in 2027 with no lease. But we are signalling that we are prepared to start those negotiations and do that work ahead of time.
Thank you. Well, as the seconder of the motion, do you want to speak for or against? Okay, as the seconder of the motion, I'll speak for, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Patterson. I would very much like to see this move on. I know that it has been a concern of the Springfield community and also, of course, the golf club since before the election. I know that there are many people in this room, including myself, who have made commitments and a desire to keep that a golf course. And this council, in our very first meeting, actually saved the reserves we have clearly shown to our community how important these green spaces are for us, and it would be fantastic to be able to get this underway. I do, however, note and have heard that the initial 3-year clause, there are concerns about that from the councillors. So I'm very happy to go open up to the 10 years that the golf course has asked for. I also want to acknowledge that, of course, we will have other reports coming to us, including the parks and active recreation spaces, and of course the deep concern of residents downstream of the Utena River and Ohinemutu, as I asked in my question, of impacts of flooding. I am reassured, though, having had a site visit on the golf course myself with with Stavros from Infrastructure and Environment, and also some of the councillors and our golf course members, that there will be ability to provide some stormwater mitigations that will not impact the use of that reserve as a golf course. And I am also mindful that there are a significant amount of residents around that golf course who in the past have been deeply concerned and distressed at what could go on that land, including things such as housing. So I think that this council is doing all of the right things by listening to the community. I'm really pleased to see that we are providing certainty because, once again, the current lease specifically says that there is no right of renewal. And so after 2027, there wasn't going to be a future. So I'm very happy that this council has brought that discussion forward to provide those certainty to all those involved. And I hope that this recommendation is open enough so that we don't go around in circles ourselves by taking something to the golf club that they will not accept. And then it just comes back to us and we go again and we go again. And I would rather be able to get this done and dusted and tick another significant decision of better outcomes for our community off the list. So that's been 2 for. We'll now ask if there are any 2 speakers against, and then of course, Councillor, you'll have your opportunity for your procedural motion. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, I do talk on much of what you said. However, I have an issue, as you rightly pointed out, with the between 3 and part of that. The problem with alternative lease provisions being based on public interest and or demand is that there's no actual definition of what constitutes public interest or demand. These are purely matters of opinion from council with no basis to determine actual public interest or demand. So it's a very wide clause, and that makes me extremely nervous. Also, the significance and engagement policy, it's not exactly clear on how that would apply to this situation. And also that if we go down that path, then perhaps we build in a clause that says that it requires any alternative use of the golf course to be consulted and approved in principle by council prior to council being able to invoke the termination clauses within the lease, following the required consultation. So you put that into the agreement so everybody knows where they're at, so that the public, it's in black and white, cannot be changed, that clause is included as part of the negotiation so the club has surety that the community will actually be consulted with before we go forward. So as in principle at this point I couldn't support that particular, maybe with the 3 and removed, and I'd be more comfortable with that. Thank you.
Were there any other speakers against what is up there? Oh, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you to Manukura. I'd like to thank and appreciate Councillor Kai Fong's attempts here to try and find some way forward. I suppose what my concerns are, one is the 33-year lease, as I've already brought up today, is something of a misnomer, because the alternative use clause, even if it's 10 years activated, then the club has 10 years essentially based on what maybe with 1 or 2 years difference on top for consultation. And as for consultation, well, some of the people around short-term accommodation might have some advice around our consultation processes, but we'll leave that aside. I'm also concerned because, and I appreciate we can't get into the active side of lease negotiations, but how I keep hearing that we're hearing that the club said 10 years. I take that on board. If that's come from our officers, I take it. I would have appreciated some formal letter or something from the club outlining where they stood. I appreciate not direct negotiations, but something from the club advising where they had concerns or what their feelings are. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm sort of stuck in the middle about whether I can support this or not. I want to. I'm sort of disappointed that we haven't advanced this further way by now, for the club's sake as well as for our council and officers' sake, but hopefully this may be a step in the right direction, but I've still got a lot of concerns on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have lost Councillor Maxwell at a critical time here. He would be able to participate in voting on amendments and whatever else. So we have made some progress today, which is something. It's not a nothing. But with Councillor Maxwell's absence, I'll be moving that we leave this item of business on the table until this time next month, and we can carry on with Councillor Maxwell on board at that time.
I'd like to be as helpful as possible. There are a few options available to you under procedural motions. What you have put forward is not quite an option, but maybe what you were meaning was procedural motion SO25C, that the item being discussed should be adjourned to a specific time and place and not further discussed at the meeting.
Yep, that will work.
What a great suggestion.
Yes.
Yeah, so it will be that, what we've just agreed on. Thank you. So is there a seconder for that, though? That's seconded by Councillor Patterson. So there is no discussion on procedural motions. We just put that straight to the vote. So just to be clear, we do need to specify the time and place.
Just while you're looking at that, Te Manukura, is that even when the purpose, one of the purposes was because one of the councillors isn't here?
Apologies, we can't have any debate. However,
Oh, it's not a debate, it was just a question.
However, a councillor being absent is not a reason, but there has, Councillor Lee would like to adjourn this into a specified time and date under a procedural motion, which would be the 24th of July, 9:30 a.m. council meeting. So we will put that to the vote. We'll just wait for her to put it up. Yep. Procedural motion delaying it until the 24th of July council meeting. That's been moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour, please say aye.
Hand up.
Any against?
You're up, Karen. What'd you do?
Sorry, do you? Okay, sorry, we'll do that one more time. All those in favour that this lay on the table, and what we will come back to, of course, is the recommendation that's up there.
Now, one that's been put forward for the original, that's what I was asking.
So we're taking the procedural motion, but I'm just reminding councillors that what is the item being discussed is the recommendation, the updated recommendation that's up there. So all those in favour, please say aye. Oh, sorry, please raise your hand. All those against? Okay, so.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, so that has been passed. I will say that is very unfortunate. We have members of the public that were very interested in this being approved. I think the suggestion in front of us was a very good one where we could actually proceed, but now we will have to wait for another month. to be able to give the Springfield community the confirmation that this council does wish to renew their lease that's expiring for the next 33 years. So that is democracy. Apologies to the community, but we thank you for being present here. And apologies to the community, you will have to return at the next council meeting, which of course it's not confirmed if we can all be here then, but we will move on now. Councillor Waru, did you have a correction that you needed to make?
Oh, no, nothing.
Thank you. Okay, well, sorry everyone, but we will carry on with our agenda. So we do have confidential items to be released for the quarter ending 30th of June. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? It's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. And also, apologies, Councillor Kiriopa, we would have gone to your amendment had we not had that. Thank you. So I'd like to now invite Una Hopkins to overview this. This is page 77 of our agenda.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I'll just take this as read. This is a standard paper that comes to you regularly just to inform you of the items previously made and confidential have now been.
Are there any questions on these items? It's between page 77 and 80. Yes, Councillor Waru. Oh. Look, there appear to be no questions. It's fairly straightforward. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. We now move to our progress report, corporate services, page 80. Can we please have a mover and a seconder to receive this? That is moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive it, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Welcome back, Thomas, to overview this report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Happy to take the report as read and answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Page 80 to 86. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Thomas, around the timeline for the DHB data decommissioning. Are we on track as an organisation to have a plan in place and where we're going to go and the rest of it?
The team have identified a number of options that cover various levels of investment and are currently talking to some of our neighbouring councils with regards to alternative options. Our intention is to bring a paper to the Audit and Risk Committee with regards to how we intend to address this with regards to the proposed investment. And one is, as an example, could be co-locating with another entity similar. It could be building a off-site capacity versus also exploring opportunities into the cloud and leveraging those capabilities. So there's a whole range of aspects to explore, and the intent is to bring the paper to Audit and Risk and to use the Audit and Risk Committee to test and explore those opportunities a bit further.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Thank you very much, Thomas. Oh, sorry, Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, te manukura. Sorry, kia ora, Thomas. Thanks for the report. I just wanted to ask, there's a phrase in here, departmental engagement. Can you give me an example of what that might include or look like?
It depends on which bit you're referring to, Councillor. So,
operational work streams. And
what page?
80. Engagement data and the groups and the managers and you know.
Yep. So that's taking the engagement survey that was done, I think, pre-Christmas. Out of that there were some themes, and what the individual group managers and managers have been doing is talking to the teams about some of those themes and identifying things that the team can do, the wider group can do, and then the wider organisation can do. And as well as that, I think Andrew, our new Chief Executive, can I say you're still new, 4 months, is also taking that feedback on board with regards to working with the organisation around enabling some of the things that have fallen out of that survey.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand what that means. Thank you. That was my only question. Kia ora.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Page 82, lost time injury, medical treatment injuries without a longer time span in that data set, the second graph. Does that look like, it looks like a spike to me. Is there, yeah, the one in front of you there, the one with the orange.
It does look like a spike, but I guess it's the scale, it's just 2. So it's a big, when the scale's so small between 0 and 2, it can appear that there was a spike. I think that one in particular related to, I think, 2 individual incidences that were fairly minor in nature, but did lead to some time off work, sprained ankle and a couple of aspects like that. And so normally we aim for 0, and I think what that chart and scale uses is that recently we've had about 1, but a while ago we did have 2 lost time injuries.
Okay, are we confident that our health and safety procedures are running as they should and we're doing everything to mitigate those sorts of injuries?
Yeah, there is a strong focus in that space with regards to health and safety, but I know it's been of particular interest to our Chief Executive, so happy for him to add.
Thank you very much. Through you, Your Worship, yes, we have a health and safety advisor who's not as new as me, but relatively new to the organisation, and has undertaken a comprehensive review department by department and prioritising the ones that have procedures that might have elevated health and safety risks and bringing those to the executive for review and sign off in a managed manner over the next 12 months.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And actually, you've just prompted me to think of a question for you, another question for you, Andrew, relating to health and safety. With identifying risks, will this person also identify areas that we've over-invested in health and safety so that we can reduce some of our compliance and to where the more common sense might apply?
So just to clarify, this person isn't an expert in all of the different activities council does across 30 different activities, but it's more about making sure that the SOPs and procedures within each of those business units are reviewed appropriately and come up. I guess I would expect the opportunity for us to be judicious in our investments would be when those policies come up to the executive team for review and for my approval, that we make sure there's nothing over the top in there. But having said that, there's no specific items that I've identified in what I've seen that would characterize that kind of spend. But I'm more than willing for people to express their views towards me if you do see something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manukura. Thank you, Thomas, for your report. Could I just ask you to expand a bit, please, on, page 85 of my agenda, the tree assets management system. Could you just explain that a little bit more to me, please? And could I also ask, as a follow-up, would the trees on the banks of River Home down by the bridge there, would they be part of that? Is it all trees? Could you expand on that for me, please?
Yep. So it's the trees register for trees on council land. So in that particular one, it might not be our land, but if it is, then we have that. So this is, I guess, on the back of the coroner's kind of findings over that unfortunate incident a few years ago. And so what we're doing is leveraging one of our asset management systems, which is Hanson. Hamilton City Council have recently introduced into their Hanson system their tree management. And so what we'll be doing is loading all the trees that are on our reserves into that system to keep track of them. It will also keep track of age, condition, maintenance, and all those sorts of aspects. And so it is one comprehensive system to keep track of how we're managing the trees that are on council-owned properties.
Thank you. If I could just a quick supplementary. So sorry, could I ask where it states project implementation? sorry, it's been a long day, has been put on hold until further notice. What's the reason for that? Is it financial? Is it the workload? Is it we're looking at costs?
That's resource and business analysts, and also part of Rob's team with regards to some priorities. So the work itself is actually it's configuring Hansen and then loading all the tree data into the system. So I can get some more specifics back to you as to when it's likely to come back on board. But yeah,
no, that's fine. So in terms of safety, you're confident that those aspects to avoid the previous problem are still being undertaken?
Yeah, so the trees are all inspected by Infracore and records are kept and so forth. But what we do prefer is the upgrade of this, I guess, of the configuration of Hansen to take that into account to make it easier for the teams going forward to manage those processes. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have another question, Councillor Patterson?
Just on that note, thank you very much. Just on that subject of the tree management, would council-owned land that is leased to somebody else, if they have a whole lot of trees on there, is it their responsibility to manage those trees, or would it be on council?
My understanding, it is their responsibility to manage those trees. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the questions. Thank you very much, Thomas. We now move to our next item, which is the progress report, corporate planning and governance. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? It's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. I'd like to invite Una to overview this.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. I'll just take the report as read. Happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. This is page 86 to 95. I'll give you a minute to get to it. I do just have actually it may be an infrastructure question, but just around the waste reduction campaign. And I see that we've had social media and also signage out encouraging people to take their rubbish home, and this is specifically in our lakes and playgrounds. I did just wonder how the feedback on that is going, and I was also wondering whether there has been any noticeable increases in fly tipping due to rubbish bins being removed. So apologies, that it probably is an infrastructure question. Thank you.
Sorry, through Your Worship. Not a lot of feedback, negative feedback. We are getting some requests for service to pick up from fly tipping, but not significantly more than we had before we started the program.
Thank you very much, Russell. Sorry. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just give you some feedback from the Tātou Pōnamu Hui that we had last week. We had a presentation on that program, and it was well received by the people who attended that hui. So looking forward to seeing some results from it.
Thank you. There appears to be no further questions. So we'll move now to our progress. Oh, apologies. Carry on.
Sorry, I did have a question for Una. Previously, we've talked about, with regards to our live streaming of these events, and I understand that down the track there's going to be something presented to us about a potential upgrade to our system. Has there been any work further progressed on that?
Through you, Madam Chair. There is currently no money in the budget for an upgrade of the live streaming. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
On the topic of live streaming, I've had a number of complaints from people out there who listen to the live stream, and there seems to be an unusual number of blank spots that happen. And so people are missing out on actually hearing what we're talking about at times, which is pretty unfortunate, especially when I'm talking.
Thank you for that feedback. Okay, we will move to our Rotorua partnership. We'd like to invite Anita Morgan to overview the report and thank her, of course, for her presence today. This is page 95 of your agenda.
Tēnā koe te manukura, ngā manu mātārai o te kauniura, tēnā koutou, te whare nei, tēnā tātou katoa. I'm going to take the report as read and answer any questions if there are any, but I'm sure that our CE has an announcement to make in terms of the mana hautu role in our department as well.
Thank you. I might invite the Chief Executive to make that announcement now, actually. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And it's nice to be able to make an announcement rather than answer some of your tough questions. But just, you would have all got an email to say that with great pleasure I announced the appointment of Paul Warbrick, who will be joining us in late August to join council as mana hautu. Look, as I believe I expressed previously, we've had a significant level of interest in that role. We had very, very high caliber applicants, and it was really, really tough choice to just narrow it down to one. Ultimately, Paul, as I said in my communications, has a broad range of experience, comes from, spent some time serving the nation in our armed forces, spent some time in the private sector, in central government and in local government, and I think a combination of all of that will bring great energy and dynamism to our team and help us to get a lot of things done that I'm really focused on doing over the next little while. So just wanted to say that, and also wanted to say I'm sure Annette is looking forward to not sitting in that seat and passing it on to Paul as soon as he arrives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that announcement, and we are very grateful for you being here and presenting to us. Thank you very much, Anita. Were there any questions? Councillor Waru, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Tēnā koe te marukura. Ana tēnā hoki anō koe, kai taku karanga kuia. Whare taonga. Carl seems to be on board now. Are there any deadlines or any dates where that mahi is going to come to fruition?
The work that he's been leading has been completed, so that's provided an area narrative document that's going to inform the redevelopment of the process, redevelopment process of the whare taonga. They've completed that, but there's still collaboration that will continue around the work that will come out of that document as well now.
So with that document, which is very cool, I attended a hui a while back when they were still sort of having their korero around that. I'm glad it's come to that. It's been completed rather. Who now will, I suppose, keep track of how that's being implemented? The things in that narrative are being implemented in the design.
There is a group of people that have been engaged throughout the process. They include experts in mātauranga Māori, mana whenua, researchers, designers and architects. So that working group will be responsible for that piece of work.
And we will also be having a workshop with elected members to go through the exhibition, or exhibition design, which is quite substantial at the moment.
Cool, karawe. Pātai anō tāku, policy and guidelines. What triggers the amorangi, I suppose, the amorangi collaboration in terms of working with the wider staff or aharane, your colleagues, to dive into these kaupapa cultural impacts, effects on, cultural heritage, e rā mea katoa?
Well, it is the Te Arawa Partnership. That's the basis for our work in this space and the work that we do. What we've found is that over time we have set some guidelines around that, but we need to take a step back now and start to look at how we put that into policy so that in years to come, those things will still be active here. It doesn't depend on myself or any other member of the team being here to make sure that that happens.
Ka nui te mihi, hera tēnei i te pātai ngari mihi nui kia te amorangi, and they do some pretty cool stuff in terms of new staff members coming on board, our citizenship ceremonies or that, and it's really special, and mihi ana kia kia koe o tira ki tō tīma. And e mihi ana kia paora, I look forward to him coming on board and sparking up some good kōrero and some good mahi. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, but my colleague over there asked my question. Thank you.
Great question then. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Aneta. Thank you for the report. My question was just around Matariki. So I know from your previous report and also this one, you mentioned that unfortunately that the civic event was cancelled. But I do know that tomorrow and Friday that there is the Rotorua Night Market and also the Aronui, the drone light show at the lakefront, commemorating Matariki as a significant and special day and event. Has council has the Te Amorangi unit provided any support or any anything for that event?
I think that's been a collaboration between Aronui Festival and the Sir Howard Morrison Centre. So we have known about it and we are supportive of it, but there hasn't been really any need for us to be involved.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our questions. Thank you very much. We now...
Just want to say thank you, Te Whaia, for covering in the absence of having a mana hautu. Anui te mihi.
Tēnā koe te mokopuna.
Kia ora, and don't thank her too much. It's got to come back next time. It's only until August that para arrives. Thank you.
Yeah. Ka mihi nui, Aneta. Thank you very much, Aneta. So next on the agenda is doing the 2 notices of motion. But what I'm going to suggest is we take a short break now and we come back in 10 minutes at 4 o'clock because we go notices of motion and then into confidential items where we have
Did we want to,
2 items. Okay.
We could potentially leave those till next time too, as a suggestion. It's a long day, just saying.
It's a long day, but some of us like to work hard. We'll get through it. I think we'll get through it. Thank you very much. We appreciate the patience of everyone. We'll see you in 9 minutes.
9 minutes, kia ora.
straight. But we do have two notices of motion. So the first one that we are going to deal with is a notice of motion that has been moved by Councillor Don Patterson. I'll just read it out for those who may be watching on live stream. It is regarding the Local Government Electoral Legislation in Māori Wards and Māori Constituencies Amendment Bill, and Councillor Patterson has suggested the following. Council instructs the Chief Executive to investigate the new bill and report back to the Council meeting on 24th of July. We can let you speak to this soon, Councillor Patterson. With the following 3 points: details of representation arrangement options that are available or expected to be available for consideration by the elected members pursuant to the new bill. Next point, details of representation arrangement options that are available under current law, including a full representation review. And the last point, details of the timeline that Council would be required to comply with to give effect to the above options. I'll now, sorry, let me just check. So I'd now like to invite Councillor Patterson to introduce his notice of motion, of which you may speak to, and then we will seek to see if there is a seconder before opening it up for questions and any comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to give you some context as to why I've put this together and presented it to the elected members is, if you recall what happened during the previous representation review, that didn't go so well, and ended up being handed to the Local Government Commission, who then handed us our representation arrangements for the previous election. So, in effect, our community did not get a chance to have a say on what this current system that we're currently using is. So they were never given that option, it was just handed down to us. So I'm neither for nor against the Māori wards. I have nothing against them and per se, personally, but my opinion does not matter. The opinion that matters here is the opinion of our people, and they should be given the right to choose. I put this to us here. My own personal opinion is that we should be the ones controlling our destiny and guiding and listening to what our people have to say, rather than yet again being told what to do by central government. This is one opportunity where we can take the lead and show our community that we want to have real engagement, real connection with them, and will listen to what they tell us. If that's taken away from us and it's a referendum forced upon us by the government, then we've lost that opportunity to be the leaders. So that's where I'm coming from with this. I believe it's our opportunity to maybe fix a few wrongs that happened in the past and take the lead on this for our community. I will say that after understanding the timelines and the difficulties that the Chief Executive faces with the new government law, and actually we don't really know what it says yet, we've only got a rough indication, that I would be prepared to amend this to the meeting at the end of August rather than the end of July, just to give them more context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don, and we'll just get that updated to August, and we'll confirm what day that actually is. So I'd now ask for a seconder. That's seconded by Councillor O'Brien. Thank you, and I'll just get Andrew, if he's had enough time to consider this, to just provide a brief staff overview or advice on this, and then we'll open up for any questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the notice of motion and the email correspondence we had. Look, my advice is that the revised timeline that you've indicated falls within what is likely the passage of the bill into an act, and subsequent to which I would bring this matter to you anyway. So I don't see anything there that I wouldn't be doing as part of my job anyway. Thank you.
So we now open up for any questions on this, and I'll also take any comments at the same time. Question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you. My recollection of the 2021 representation arrangements review, that started around about July, did it? So my only question is around what the timing would be for that, which at least is known at this stage. under current law.
Through Your Worship, I believe our next representation review is not due until following the next local government election. So that would be the time frame that we would undertake, absent any legislation. When the legislation lands, we need to understand what the implications are. Thank you.
But under the relevant Electoral Act, we could choose to have a representation review this term if we so chose. Is that not correct?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. When you undertake a representation review, they are required once every 6 years. You can do them less than that if you so choose. However, in this scenario, we would have missed the normal time frame to have started a rep review if you were just doing a rep review after one cycle. So where we are at the moment is without or in the absence of yet a firm direction on this piece of legislation, our next representation review would be done after the elections in 2025, and then they would come into play for the elections 28 and 31.
Councillor Kiriopa.
I just mine's a comment. Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank my two colleagues, both who happen to be non-Māori, for raising this. I have to express my disappointment that when councils across the country were invited to sign and support a submission, a collective submission from councils to government, essentially telling the government to leave councils to decide for themselves how their representation might look. We weren't even made aware as councillors that that was an option for this council to consider, and so we didn't get to consider it. You know, as a Māori ward councillor, if a Māori ward option hadn't been available, I can say hand on heart I had no interest in standing as a councillor. As a general councillor, I believe that the general public are well represented and have been since these councils came into existence. I stood specifically to represent our Māori communities. However, whatever way it goes, I just wanted to acknowledge you both for this. So I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there seem to be no further questions and comments, and we will get some further information from the Chief Executive at the Council meeting of 28th of August, and of course we should have greater certainty from the government there. Thank you. Sorry, just checking.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. Do we
We will
do with that?
put this to the vote. Thank you. So just confirming if this is supported, then the Chief Executive will go and investigate the new bill and report back to the Council meeting on the following 3 points. If it is declined, well, to be fair, the Chief Executive was probably going to have to do this work anyway. So.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I actually thought we were in questions, and I was sort of waiting for the comments.
Oh, sorry, I did say I was taking questions and comments.
Sorry, I didn't hear
That's
that. Can I make
fine.
a comment, please?
Of course, you may make a comment.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Nā tēnā korua whakaro rangatira tēnei. So I think it's, following the sentiments that Councillor Kiriopa just put down, has been a bit, what's the word? I have been a bit hoha with all this in terms of what's been put out there, and I believe decisions to be made in August, and then put out to the rest of the councils as to what the directives are. Yet another directive from central government. You know, this piece of legislation it's in my view one of the worst ever in terms of its divisiveness. And it's funny that it says divisive changes introduced by the previous government denied local communities the ability to determine whether to establish Māori wards. And now we're putting in something that's even more divisive. So I just really urge my colleagues to have a good think about how we move forward on this, and maybe even, I know the time for submissions have passed, but it doesn't mean we can't put a position forward on how we feel about things in terms of the Māori wards and our community. So, koe rā noho tāku. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much. We take that feedback on board. Councillor Kai Fong.
Can I ask a question of the mover? Because I take it that if the Chief Executive is to report back on representational arrangements, are we, and I know he refers to the new bill in option 1, but option 2 talks about details of arrangement representations under current law, so that would include a representation review around the rural ward as well?
That's how I would interpret this, that I'm being asked to come back with all of the representation arrangement options under current law.
So my second question just leads into that. Is this just a report back of the things that are requested in here, or are we going to be expected to have a report back with recommendations of which council is required to make a decision about a representation arrangement when we haven't gone out to consult the community? So I just want clarity about what we're trying to do in August with this paper.
Thank you. I might ask Councillor Patterson, who put forward the motion, if you could just clarify your intentions around that, whether it's just to report back or for a decision making.
Thank you, Worship. It's just to report back because at the present time we don't have the information at our fingertips as to make any decisions. So we need to know what the government position is, what options are available to us as a council to do it ourselves. If we have the time, is it even practical? Do we have the budget to do it? You know, all of those things, so that we know what we can and can't do practically, and then we can make a decision after that.
Thank you. So we do note it's just to receive the report with decision making at a later date.
Just a point of clarification, is it your advice, Andrew, that the bus has gone on a full representation review? Is that what I understood before? That would be off the table and not a possibility? Are we too late for that?
Okay, I might just answer. I'm not really prepared for that question because that's not the question I thought I was going to ask. I was going to be asked, can I come back to you when I come back to the motion and report back on where we're at?
Well, yeah, I was wondering if we have or haven't missed the bus, if a 2-day delay, a 2-month delay could make a difference, but maybe that's something to report back next month.
I think we have already had the response from Una that it would be too short a time frame currently. So yeah,
what would that
Andrew
be based on?
can bring back the further options, which does mention in there including details of a full representation review, but we have already heard that that time frame has passed.
Just further on that, Council in their previous representation review made a decision for what their representation arrangements would be for the 22 elections and the 25 elections. That stands. So unless there is a direction from this council to now undertake another representation review, I believe the timeframe could be done. However, I would say that that is going to be highly risky given the process that the government are currently going through with this amendment bill. So we'd actually have to go back to the Local Government Commission and get some advice before I could clearly give you any advice and certainty on doing a representation review now out of our cycle, and also in the knowledge that this amendment bill is running its process. So I support what Andrew is saying, is that we need the time to, based on this today that's come forward as the notice of motion, to come back to you that outlines and provides you all of that information, and hopefully by the time we do come back to you, the government will have given us some surety on what they have intended to do following their bill.
Would it be possible to report back on that number 2 for next month in terms of the information? So obviously we can't get ahead of legislative change in Parliament, but we've got a current legal structure here in place.
I would suggest that we stick to the 28th of August, understanding that reports are due sometime before the 1 week that our reports are then publicly published. So potentially only giving staff 1 to 2 weeks to prepare a paper accordingly, whereas it would be best to do that all in one, as has been suggested by Councillor Patterson. Okay, so we will put this notice of motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. And we now move to our next notice of motion, which will just get handed out to councillors. Thank you very much. The notice of motion has been circulated to councillors. This is a notice of motion. I'll read it out. Council instructs the Chief Executive to add public forums back onto the agenda of council meetings. This has been moved by Councillor Lee and seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. I'd now like to invite Councillor Lee to overview this notice of motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. To the best of my public forums are a common feature of other councils. I think maybe Taupo has a public forum, Andrew, and as does every council that I'm aware of, and it helps to make us accessible to the community, as opposed to only having an opportunity to hear from the community during a special consultative procedure or a long-term plan or annual plan or something like that. So it's obviously going to mean that we end up complying with standing orders. Of course, prior, I think we had a request from the owner of the Lakeland Queen to speak to us on one occasion. I mean, the members of the public do have things they wish to raise with us. This is very common stuff for local governments. So I'm just suggesting that we operate as other councils do and comply with the standing orders, and it's a bit of a no-brainer to me.
Thank you. I'll just ask staff to provide advice on this as well before opening up for questions and comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. And since you made reference to my previous residence, I'll share my experience there. So I believe we had one person appear at a public forum over the 14 months that I was there, and it's much more common in my, albeit limited experience, for public to use the petition mechanism to appear and speak before council, as we often see here. And maybe that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I support the concept of it, but I just wonder whether there's an opportunity for abuse of the system. I can think of one Residents and Ratepayers Association member occupying every meeting. Would there be rules around this, or are we just opening the floor to one person for 30 minutes? How do we, if there's a queue of people, how would you manage those? I just wonder whether we might get some more robust feedback on what the options might be to remove abuse of the privilege, I guess is what I'm asking.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So if the council chooses to add public forums to their order of business, so it currently isn't on the order of business, Standing Order 15 becomes activated. And so Standing Order 15 talks about councils providing the ability to hold public forums at the beginning of their meeting. So in those meetings, a total of 30 minutes is set aside, but within that, a speaker is only permitted 5 minutes. A speaker is required, if you have public forums, to notify the council ahead of time. So there will be some administration pull on resources for speakers to notify that they wish to speak on whichever meeting they wish to speak at. Speaking has to be within the remit or the delegations of that council, and there are some other, I guess, restrictions around what the speaker may speak to. So it seeks to protect the council from speakers who may be coming in who may be abusive to yourselves, to staff, that type of stuff. So there are some protections around that. So if this was introduced, the maximum number of speakers you could have in your 30 minutes would be 6. I guess from my experience, I've been in a governance and democracy role here at RLC for 10, 11 years, and prior to that at council for another 10 years, and I don't recall RLC ever having a public forum in that time. It's not to say that if you want to go ahead and have that, it can be tried, and we would have the Standing Order 15 that would provide those, I guess, guidelines and rules around to how you would operate in that different environment of having public forums.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you to Manukura, and through you. So could I ask, sorry, either Councillor Lee or through you, so if it's already in the standing orders, what we're saying is we're putting this in so that the chair cannot make a final determination. It will be put on the agenda as is.
Through you, Your Worship, to clarify, there is a provision in the standing orders to have public forums. This council has an order of business that doesn't currently permit for public forums. So what you would be doing is you're making a decision here today, maybe, to introduce public forums to your order of business, which would mean your order of business will need to be updated. Then in including public forums onto your order of business, the rules or the standing orders around that under Standing Order 15 are then invoked. Yeah.
Thank you. And may I have a supplementary? Again, where the wording says on the council meetings, so was that both of committee meetings as well as the full council meeting as well? If you don't mind if I just clarify, is that all?
I'd just like to ask Councillor Lee what his intention there was.
Yes, absolutely applies to the committees as well. That would be consistent with how it's implemented in other councils, and even the local community boards it would apply to, I assume. So,
thank you. And just on that case then, could I ask who would make the determination if I asked to speak, if I was a member of the public and I asked to speak on, say, next Wednesday's meeting, but it was deemed to be the wrong committee, it was felt it was more appropriate to be, say, an infrastructure rather than CAD. Would the chair make that decision? Will it be Ms Hopkins, the CE? Who would make that determination? Will it just be the closest next meeting?
Through you, Your Worship. So we would get a request in. Generally, I'm presuming here, we would expect that those requests would probably come in through the Mayor's office. The Mayor's office would then send that request to my team, the governance team. We'll have a look at that request and check that the request matches and is being asked and requested to go to the appropriate meeting. We would then be consulting with the chair to see that the chair is happy to have that on their agenda if it's appropriate.
So sorry to be difficult on this. So, but if it's on here and we determine it's not appropriate, but we're still saying the forum's going ahead anyway, or sorry, are we saying that we will make a determination whether the item can make it to the forum? Sorry, I just want to be clear for the motion.
Through you, Your Worship, it will depend what the Speaker wants to talk about, which determines which agenda it goes on, because it has to be a topic that is relevant to the delegations of either INE or CNDD or Council. So it'll be what the speaker wishes to speak about, which will determine which committee or council it goes to.
Thank you. Could I just give you one more? If a person asked that they wanted to come and talk to us about the rate of GST, would we then accept that, or would we say this is outside the parameters of council? And I only ask this because I suspect this is maybe in another certain case that's been brought to us before, where we felt that we couldn't affect that issue, we would decline that opportunity. Or sorry, we have still, the chair would still have the power to decline that request.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that's correct. It has to be something that the council can actually impact on, I suppose, or be within the remit of council business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also, public forums are for people to be heard. There is no decision making on it as well, just to be very clear. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Just carrying on, I guess, for clarification on how we're going to implement this, because this will be in addition to staff resources. So simplifying this to make sure that it works properly, will there be a new place on our website explaining how this works? Will there be some sort of media campaign or some sort of information campaign done to explain how it works? No misunderstanding in the community about what the purpose of these forums is.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I also share the same concerns and was going to suggest, so I might just seek some advice, is that if this was passed, or whether it requires an amendment, if this was passed, I do believe that at least there should be a paper brought back to council so that we fully understand what we are committing to in terms of the public forums, and that there is an opportunity for the council to debate the merits or the risk of introducing public forums as well. So I'll just seek advice on how the inclusion of a paper coming back instead of it being put forward straight away could be taken, and whether I need to put an amendment to that note or not, or just put it to the vote.
Through you, Your Worship. So that question raised by yourself, Councillor, that piece of work hasn't yet been done, because there's no point doing that piece of work until we get clear direction from the council whether you wish to entertain these or not. My advice would be that if you are supportive of the principle of public forums, that we do come back to you with how this would work. So support what the Mayor has said.
And so just checking, because I am not in support of public forums for a number of reasons, but I'd wait till the comments on that. So how do I put this? So there is currently a recommendation to put public forums in or not, and some councillors may support that or not. So then, based on that vote, if the public forums are to be put onto the agenda, is there the possibility for a paper to be provided before that happens? Okay. Will there need to be a paper provided before that happens, or currently, as it is, it will just happen? So I might, as it currently is, it is an instruction which would need to put it on the agenda straight away. So I will ask the mover and the seconder if they would be happy to update what they've got to allow the opportunity for a paper to come to council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may be helpful if I clarify a couple of things, because the standing orders are set out in a similar way as for petitions. So it says the requests to speak at a public forum should be made to the Chief Executive at least 1 day clear before the meeting. However, this requirement may be waived by the Chair. So somebody turns up on the day, the Chair is actually able to allow them to speak on the day if the Chair chose. The standing orders also set out a number of restrictions which may address Councillor Brown's concerns. The chairperson has the discretion to decline to hear a speaker or to terminate a presentation at any time where a speaker is repeating views presented by an earlier speaker at the same public forum, the speaker is criticising elected members and or staff, the speaker is being repetitious, disrespectful or offensive, the speaker has previously spoken on the same issue, or the matter is subject to legal proceedings, or the matter is subject to a hearing, including the hearing of submissions. It's a separate matter. So there is quite a lot in there already that sort of explains how it all works. That said, I don't have a strong opinion as to whether or not we could, I'd be reasonably happy to have a paper on that, even though it's pretty straightforward, but I'm easy.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day. Through you, Your Worship, I guess you've just adopted your long-term plan, and I'm about to kick into a whole lot of resourcing discussions with my team. I understand, if I'm hearing the intent, in order to facilitate the intent, a lot of the procedures are set out in standing orders. There's some that aren't necessarily, for example, how it's advertised, what the communications campaign is around that, etc., which I believe in order to really get the bang for the buck that you're trying to achieve, it would be helpful if I could consider all those things and bring them to council as a paper. And that's simply my advice as the Chief Executive. I'll take your instruction. If it's an instruction, it would be I believe, more conducive to achieving the intent if I could bring back a paper and you could consider all the implications. Thank you.
I'd be happy with that amendment, sure.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa, would you be happy with that as well? So instead of instructing the Chief Executive to add, instructs the Chief Executive to bring a paper to Council, as said the Chief Executive. Yeah. And Councillor Water, you had a question?
No, Kate, by you confirmed I was just saying, then we'll have to amend that as it is now, so you've already done that. Go on.
Thank you. We'll now open up for any comments. I just want to say that while I am incredibly supportive of our public having the opportunity to partake in our processes, as we've seen from the 1,500 people that participated in the latest consultation, or the hundreds of people that have participated in others such as the museum redevelopment, right down to school students that we have brought on board to participate in designing projects such as the Rotorua Lakefront. We do have very good opportunities for engagement. This council already has indicated that authentic engagement is a priority of ours, and that through the long-term plan and criticism that has come back through feedback, that we are even more determined to make sure that this is authentic and meaningful. I do have a concern around the use of public forums in that they are free and open, and I think that there is a real risk that the public forums can be weaponised. And while I appreciate the intentions of Councillor Lee raising this to ensure accessibility, I'm not confident that we're allowing accessibility to all of the people in our district, because a 9:30 a.m. time during the week on a Wednesday is not accessible to workers, it's not accessible to students, etc. And so I think that there is only a small portion of our community that do have the privilege to be able to attend on a weekday at 9:30 to have their say. However, we do already have petitions, the opportunity for petitions available, and where I support petitions over public forums is at least the petitions are guaranteed to have the support of other people, which do eliminate the risk of people using the public forums to be able to put frankly, come here and have a rant to council about their own individual or personal issues. We as a council receive a significant request for service, significant amount of requests for service. I, as the Mayor, through our office, receive a significant amount of complaints, issues, suggestions, and we address those very promptly. In fact, we actually have our own targets of addressing those as soon as possible, usually within a few days, instead of only having that opportunity available at a scheduled council or committee meeting. So I do think, while I support the intention, I do think that there is more risk than merit to this, and I do think that there is already available good opportunities for people who are supported by others on issues of our community to come and to present. So thank you very much for raising this, Councillor Lee. Personally, I will be voting against this. And any other comments from people? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Having been somebody who's been on the other side of the fence and found it very frustrating to communicate with council, and the whole process of putting together a petition and working your ass off to get signatures and getting support and all that, it's very stressful, and a lot of people find that daunting. In fact, too daunting, so they just stay home. They don't say anything. I believe the community forum option would give people a chance to, who are genuine. We can weed that out quite considerably by the way that Councillor Lee has mentioned through the standing orders, and as Una has quite rightly mentioned during the process of applying to speak. We can weed them out if we're smart. The ones that are just going to be here to tire kick, if you like. We don't need that. We've got busy things to do. We're trying to govern a city. However, we need to give people the opportunity to come and tell us what really bothers them. Graham Hall told me once, he said, you get one person tell you something's wrong, maybe. You get 10 people come and tell you something's wrong, you know something's wrong. So for people to leave the comfort of their homes and stand in front of us is a very daunting prospect. If they're prepared to do that, they must really care about it. And that means those people who are prepared to take an hour off work, who are prepared to talk to their teachers and say, I need to go and do this, please will you give me time off? If they're prepared to do that, then I think we should be prepared to listen to them.
Any further comments on this? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manukura. Could I just confirm, so would there be anything stopping any of the, if they were accepted, the public forum submitters being online as they were during the submissions? Again, just to address what you said about people working, students. Do they have to be here?
We don't know yet. That will have to be part of the paper.
Could I just ask that be thought about in the presentation? Thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
Just ask a question of clarification. So if we're instructing the Chief Executive to bring a paper back to Council, so the paper is just that we are definitively doing this, or is the paper coming back for us to still discuss that? Because as I understood what Una said before is that the current agenda is, or the order of business is based on a decision that's been made previously as to how we would structure our agenda papers. So if we decide to add a public forum a public forum, where does it go? When is it heard? What order do we do all the other things? So just not sure what I'm voting on.
Yeah, thank you. I think again, staff need time to be able to figure that out. It's quite difficult to answer that right away, without having consideration. Councillor, did I see a hand over here? No, Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to speak in support of your comments, I think you put it together. What I was thinking around this as well. I understand the intention behind this, but also know that there are a number of ways that we are all accessible to the community. As you've already mentioned, we will all receive numerous emails, texts. Our contact details are publicly available around certain issues. If it is around a certain specific issue, then the proper process for that would be to contact the customer centre to log in a service request. So I think there are numerous avenues for concerns to be addressed, and again there's the petition avenue as well. So I support your comments around this, and I will be voting against this as well.
Thank you. And final comment from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. I've just been looking at the Taupo District Council version of this process, and it's online and accessible to those that want to perhaps go down this track at Taupo. It has a registration form at the bottom, which is very clear about putting a name and your contact details and your topic of interest, plus any of the notes and photographs and other documentation that you're going to be talking about. So there is going to be a clear indication, I would suspect, of what a person will be talking about in the first instance. There are also all of this information here about what Taupua says is a proper way to deal with a public forum, and it's fairly clear. So if we can get a situation which is clear to the public, has got some mitigations in place so that we don't have vexatious and repetitive submissions to the council. There's discretion here for the mayor to potentially even refuse applications which do meet these criteria. I think it's a way to let people engage with us. That's just another avenue for engagement, and any opportunity to do that for me in a structured way I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had plenty of discussion on this. We have a mover and a seconder. I'll read out one more time. Council instructs the Chief Executive to bring a paper to Council on adding public forums back onto the agenda of Council meetings. I will ask for a show of hands, please. All those in favour for this, please say aye. Oh, sorry, please raise your hand. Any against? Oh, that is carried. So we will bring a paper to a future Council meeting. So we will now have a resolution to move into public excluded. We thank our members of the public for being here so far, and also those who may be live streaming. Can I please have a mover and a seconder? Sorry, I will first advise that there is one item for consideration in the public excluded session. This is our Rotorua District Licensing Committee recruitment and remuneration. The reasons are protect the privacy of natural persons and also to enable to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations, including commercial and industrial negotiations, to prevent use of the information for improper gain or advantage. Now, please have a mover and a seconder. That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Waru. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Now we'll just wait a minute to turn off live stream and close the door.